Okay.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. My name is Alexis Folgaris, the RTM moderator. As all members have received a copy of the call for tonight's meeting, the reading of the call shall be omitted. I would like to first thank everyone for their flexibility in coming to a meeting that is 1 week after we thought we would be meeting in what is possibly the last meeting for the RTM at Central Middle School as we know it. When we come back in September, we should be in the new building, and we have been in this building for probably 50 years. So it is a momentous event. We have a very, very long meeting planned. I hope you brought healthy snacks. We are going to grind it out. Just like one of the greatest sporting feats we have ever witnessed. It is not the Knicks. It would be the Red Sox, Game 4 of the ACLS in 2004. Okay. So we are going to go on this journey together. I hope it is more Wizard of Oz-ish and not like Dante's Inferno with the 9 rings of hell. And the last thing is that I am a highly competitive person, and I hope I do not win this. Our longest meeting ever was in 1990, and it ended at 3:10 a.m. I am hoping to not be the winner of that meeting. So without further ado, I invite James Waters, who has an announcement and will lead us in the pledge this evening.
Just Bill. Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good. Good evening, fellow members. Tonight, I'm pleased to provide you with a short update on the Old Greenwich School renovation in my capacity as chair of the Old Greenwich School Building Committee. I wanted to report to you that we are now in our 3rd month of construction. Initial work in phase 1A has focused on the back part of the school as we install drainage in a new playground in advance of starting on the new addition this summer. This summer, we'll also renovate the Old Greenwich cafeteria, kitchen, mechanical spaces, gym, music, and art rooms. Our goal is to complete these renovation activities prior to the start of school in late August. We'll also be starting on installing the new elevator at Old Greenwich School, aiming to have that completed by the end of the year. We expect the new addition will be ready for occupancy at the end of summer 2027, at which point we'll continue renovation activities elsewhere around the school. As a reminder, we're aiming to have the project done by January 2029. We have a nice update in our quarterly report submitted to you with the June call materials, and you should expect our next quarterly report in July. Please stay tuned. And lastly, I do want to thank all of you for your support the past 3.5 years. The Old Greenwich School renovation would not be where it is today without each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as all members have received a copy of the May meeting minutes, the reading of those minutes shall be omitted. Are there any changes to those minutes? Hearing none and absent objection, the minutes stand adopted upon unanimous consent. That brings us to the call for tonight's meeting, and I have recommended the following organization. Consent calendar items 1, 5 through 15, 17 through 25, and 28. Combined calendar for the purpose of postponing to September 2026, items 4 and 16. Leaving to take up separately items 2, 3, 27, 2, 3, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. So I'm going to begin reading our consent calendar items, and all you are about to hear is what I'm going to say. Item number 1 is the appointment of Rick Brooks to be appointed a regular member of the Alarm Appeals Board for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item number 5 is the appointment of Patricia Roberts to be a regular member of the Board of Human Services for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 6 is the appointment of Kip Bergweger to be a regular member of the Commission on Aging for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 7 is the appointment of Ann Edwards to be a regular member of the Commission on Aging for a term expiring June 30th, 2028. Item 8 is the appointment of Anne Marie Hines to be a member of the Commission on Aging for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 9 is the appointment of Ellen Wolfson to be a member of the Commission on Aging for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 10 is the appointment of James Hoffman to be a member of the Nathaniel Witherell Board for a term expiring June 30th, 2027. Item 11 is the appointment of Peter Kelly to be a member of the Nathaniel Witherell Board for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 12 is the appointment of Margaret McSherry Martino to be a member of the Nathaniel Witherell Board for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 13 is the appointment of Brad Radley Avaki to be a member of the Nathaniel Witherell Board for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 14 is the appointment of Michael Goldschmidt to be a member of the Fair Rent Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 15 is the appointment of Blaise Punturo to be a member of the Fair Rent Commission for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 17 is the appointment of Sharon Casey to be a member of the Board of Parks and Recreation for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 18 is the appointment of Steph Cowie to be a member of the Board of Parks and Recreation for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 19 is the appointment of Michael Hahn to be a member of the Board of Parks and Recreation for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Item 20 is the appointment of Joe Benoit to be the RTM liaison for the Harbor Management Commission for a term expiring December 31st, 2027. Item 21 is the appointment of Janet Stone McWiggin to be a member of the Flood and Erosion Control Board for a term expiring December 30th, 2029. Item 22 is the appointment of Zach Warren to be a member of the Flood and Erosion Control Board for a term expiring December 30th, 2027. Item 23 is the appointment of Lauren Mullen to be a member of the Flood and Erosion Control Board for a term expiring December 30th, 2028. Item 24 is my beloved block grant, and it's the block grant. And then item 25 is the Connecticut Neighborhood Assistance Tax Credit Program. And then finally, item 28 is $400,000, which is being appropriated to the Greenwich Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Are there any objections to those items on our consent calendar? Craig, would you please prepare the vote for consent calendar? Okay, so we have consent calendar items 1, 5 through 15, 17 through 25, and 28. If you're in favor of those items, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. And Craig, could you please open the timer? Thank you. Okay, the vote on the consent calendar is 167 in favor, 0 opposed with 3 abstentions. Those items have carried. Craig, could you please show the vote? Okay, that now brings us to our group of 2 that we would like to postpone to September. In order to combine items, we do need to suspend the rules. Is there a motion to suspend the rules to combine for voting purposes? Item, I at least have to say it. I do appreciate the enthusiasm though, okay? 4 and 16, second or so moved and seconded. The items are, the motion to suspend the rules is not debatable and requires a 2/3 majority to pass. Let's try this by unanimous consent, and if anyone objects, we will have to take a record vote. Does anyone object to suspending the rules to combine for voting purposes items 4 and 16? Hearing none and absent objection, the motion to suspend the rules has been adopted upon unanimous consent. Mr. Lee, are you reading those 2 items into the record for us? Frederick Lee, Chair of our Appointments Committee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Okay, item 2, resolve that the following named person nominated by the Board of Selectmen be appointed as a regular member of the Board of Health, R2, for a term expiring June 30th, 2030. Sarah Madden. She might be-
Sorry, I think you won item 4,
Oh, 4, okay.
which is
Oh, yes, sorry.
Michelle Ann
my-
Moskowitz.
My bad. Got ahead of myself.
Yep.
Okay, item 4, resolve that the following named person nominated by the Board of Selectmen be appointed as a regular member of the Board of Human Services, R8, for a term expiring June 30th, 2029. Michelle Ann Moskowitz.
Perfect. Will a member please move the adoption of the resolution? The resolution has been moved and seconded and is now before us, and you are free to make your motion, Mr. Lee.
Appointments Committee is going to postpone until September, as she was not able to attend a meeting.
Okay. Ms. Steele and Health and Human Services concurs with that then? Okay, great. I assume there's no debate on that. Mr. Lee, would you like to offer number 16 as well?
Yes. Item 16, resolved that the following named person nominated by the Board of Selectmen be appointed as a regular member of the Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Agency, R4, for a term expiring October 31st, 2029. Sandra Harris.
Great. Will a member please move the adoption of the resolution? And is there a second? The sneeze does not count as a second. Okay, the resolution has been moved and seconded and is now before us.
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Appointments Committee is recommend postponing until Sandra Harris until the September meeting, as she was unable to attend.
Okay. Who also, land use is also agreeing to that, I believe, correct? Right? Which is her committee. Okay, okay, so we can take this motion, we can motion to postpone items 4 and 16 by unanimous consent. If anyone objects, we will take a record vote. Is there any objection to the combined calendar items 4 and 16 and postponing them to our September meeting? Hearing none and absent objection, the motion to postpone item 4 and 16 to our September meeting has carried upon unanimous consent. Okay, that now brings us to our separate calendar. And you thought it was all going to go really fast until we hit this point. Okay, so we have on our separate calendar items 2, 3, 26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. I imagine there are a lot of speakers that have signed up. I think that the fairest thing to do is, if the body wishes to adopt a motion to limit debate, it's your choice. I think it is better to get that motion out of the way and have it apply to every separate item rather than potentially cherry picking which one we would like to do. So is anyone interested in offering a motion to limit debate? Okay, Mr. Rubin, why don't you come to the podium?
Madam Moderator, I'd like to propose that we limit the speeches to 2 minutes per person per item. And for the chief proponent, 5 minutes, and the chief opponent, 5 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Rubin, thank you. May I get a clarification? You said per item. We usually do it per item per motion.
Per item, per motion.
Okay. Okay. The difference is that if you had signed up to speak on item 33, there are two motions, one a motion to postpone and then also the merits of the item. So if you don't delineate, you would only get 2 minutes in total. Okay. But
Sure.
you're okay. So is there a second? Okay. A motion to limit debate is not itself debatable and requires a 2/3 to pass. So we will call for a record vote on this. Craig, I'm not sure I gave you a prompt for that. So it's going to be motion to limit debate to 2 minutes per speaker, per motion, per item. And 5 minutes for the proponent and opponent, the latter to be determined by the moderator. It does need a 2/3 to pass. Yep. You got it? Okay. We're going to try it. Okay. Okay, so this does need 2/3 to pass. It's a motion to limit debate, 2 minutes per speaker, per motion, per item, 5 minutes principal proponent and opponent, latter to be determined. And then by the moderator, we have a very limited number of characters or whatever you can put up there. Okay, can you open the voting window? If you're in favor of that motion, you would vote yes. If you're opposed, you would vote no. Okay, I have the vote on the motion to limit debate. Those in favor, 172, opposed 4, abstaining 2. The motion to limit debate has carried. So for the balance of the meeting, speakers will have, Craig, can you show it? Speakers will have up to 2 minutes. And then the proponent and the opponent will have up to 5 minutes. Okay. So that brings us to the first of our separate items, which is item number 2. And who is reading that? Do we have is Lauren Rabin here, our select person? Okay, Ms. Rabin?
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Item number 2, resolved that the following named person nominated by the Board of Selectmen be appointed as a regular member of the Board of Health, position R2 for a term expiring June 30th, 2030, Sarah Madden.
Thank you. May I have a second? The item has been moved and seconded and is now before us. May we have the reports from the committees that considered this item, beginning with Frederick Lee to be followed by Kathy Steele. Frederick Lee, Chair of our Appointments Committee.
The Appointments Committee met with Sarah Madden. The vote was 10-0-0 with District 2 and District 10 absent.
Anything else that you'd like to add about
No, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Kathy Steele, Chair of our Health and Human Services Committee.
Good evening. Health and Human Services met with Sarah Madden on June 2 via Zoom regarding her renomination to the Board of Health. Ms. Madden discussed her current service as Secretary of the Board of Health and her collaborative work with fellow board members. Drawing on a background in education, child development, and family engagement, she described her particular interest in public health issues affecting children, families, and vulnerable populations. During the interview, Ms. Madden emphasized the importance of preventative health measures, public education, and community outreach. She also discussed the board's role in addressing both routine public health matters and emerging health concerns facing the community. The committee found her to be knowledgeable, engaged, and committed to the work of the Board of Health. Our vote was 12-0-0.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to open it up to debate. Some of you may have noticed that this was originally on the consent calendar. It then got bumped to the separate calendar. Our rules do provide that when there are 20 or more individuals that object to an item on the consent calendar, it comes off. Those usually, that is often done at the meeting, right? When I say, are there any objections to these items on the consent calendar? Somebody would rise up. These people generously let me know in advance that they would be doing that so as not to waste additional time knowing that we had a very long meeting. So that's why it came off. They are now on the separate calendar. Aaron Leonard is going to represent the group representing the opponents of this nomination. Mr. Leonard, so you will have up to 5 minutes to speak if you're interested.
Good evening, Madam Moderator. Just to save time, this will apply equally to items 2 and 3. So,
Sure.
good evening. I'm Aaron Leonard from District 12. There are two aspects to the reason I'm before you tonight. The larger issue is while we are all understanding of the benefit, the time benefit of the consent calendar, there is a cost to that, and that's an issue at the core of the consent calendar. The cost comes at the price of your individual vote and your individual voice on the RTM. There is no space for nuance if you have some reason to speak on an issue that is now bundled in this omnibus item. In preparing for this, I spoke to many people who had similar issues with that aspect of the consent calendar. That is why I'm here primarily. With that out of the way, that brings us to the other aspect, which is the two nominees tonight for the Board of Health. This is not some crusade. If you want to vote to support them, I only want the same thing you do, which is to vote as I feel I should. My no vote stems from their participation in the striking of the town noise ordinance and the invalidation of the Greenwich Home Rule back in 2023. That is fact. That is what happened. That is not up for debate. Many of you may remember this event as a brief recap, and for those that were not part of the RTM then, without any editorializing, there was a group of town residents, Quiet Yards Greenwich, who spent a lot of time petitioning the Board of Health to get some action on an item they were concerned about, to protection for themselves and their neighbors from the effects of gas-powered leaf blowers. Specifically, they were seeking a seasonal ban. The Board of Health could not find a way to make that work, so instead they chose to strike the ordinance language from the books. The board had a Zoom meeting the Thursday before the final RTM meeting of the term, and in 10 minutes voted to invalidate that rule. The RTM then had to scramble to develop a substitute resolution, lest the Greenwich be bound by the much broader state regulations regarding noise. Fortunately, the RTM was able to respond in that short window, and we did get something in front of the RTM, which we were able to put into place. All I want is the opportunity to remind the prospective board members of how poorly that decision-making process went so that we might expect better from them in the future. Board of Health members are appointed for 4-year terms. One of the board members that undid the town ordinance has already been replaced. For tonight's two nominees, this is the first time they have sought reappointment. There is no mechanism to seek accountability in the interim between appointments. So the purpose of this vote is just to seek assurances of perhaps greater collaboration or greater consideration when complex issues like this come before the board, so we don't find ourselves in a place as we did previously. I yield my remaining time. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, RTM members.
Thank you. Okay. I believe there are some people who've signed up as well. So I'd like to recognize Janet Stone McWigan to be followed by Lauren O'Keefe. Folks can just sort of line up on the side.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, fellow RTM members, and distinguished guests. I appreciate how much business we need to get through tonight, so since my remarks in support of Marianne Ramos are the same, please listen twice now, as I will only speak once. You may be surprised that I support these reappointments. I was serving on the Board of Selectmen when, with no advance warning, the Board of Health vacated the town's noise ordinance, sending other town boards into a scramble. So when two of those board members were up for reappointment not long after, I objected. You may have heard my remarks at the time. It was difficult to give them because Greenwich runs on volunteer power and is fortunate that so many residents are willing to serve gratis on our boards and commissions. But to me, it was a matter of principle, not at all personal. A number of others agreed with me, but ultimately those two board members were reappointed. And so I believe this matter has already been litigated. If the RTM wanted to take a stand, it should have done it then. Objecting to the reappointment of these two nominees now is not fair or consistent. We do need to hold our boards and commissions accountable for their actions, and I think that message has been made. But tonight's discussion is just one more example of why the appointments process should be more transparent. I would argue that the town website needs an appointments dashboard. I will leave it there in the interest of time, but as an RTM, please let's give this subject some more thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren O'Keefe to be followed by Sarah Gamble.
I'll be brief. This was not the first time that Board of Health members have been up for reelection. I was up 2 years ago and was renominated. Thank you to all my RTM people. I've had the pleasure of serving in the Board of Health with Ms. Madden. She's currently our secretary. As we've heard, she always comes to our meetings well prepared and with great ideas. She has extreme integrity and honesty. She cited the importance of early childhood and women's health. And in the essence, I strongly appoint her renomination.
Thank you. Sarah Gamble.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I am here. What I say should apply to item 2 and 3. My name is Dr. Sarah Gamble. I'm the chair of the Board of Health. I've had the privilege of working with both Sarah Madden and Marianne Ramos the entirety of my term here. They are dedicated, engaged, and professional members of the board. Their attendance and preparation is exemplary. They approach issues thoughtfully, ethically, and have consistently put the interests of the residents of Greenwich first. I ask that their reappointment be based on their qualifications, their integrity, their service, and their performance. In my experience, Sarah and Marianne demonstrate the qualities needed for the town of Greenwich and the Board of Health. Endless hours they've devoted to protecting public health, supporting the work of the Department of Health, and they serve this town with distinction. I ask and support strongly that you reappoint them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I do not believe that anyone else has signed up to speak on item number 2. Is anyone else intending to address that? Yes, no? Okay. So I'm recommending that we call for the vote. Craig, could you please prepare the vote for item number 2? Nomination of Sarah Madden to the Board of Health. If you're in favor of this nomination, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. Craig, can you open the window, please? Okay, I have the results for item 2, the appointment of Sarah Madden. Those in favor, 154, opposed 16, abstaining 15. That item has carried. Craig, could you please show the vote? Okay, if we could move on to item 3 now. Ms. Rabin?
Item 3, resolved that the following named person nominated by the Board of Selectmen be appointed as a regular member of the Board of Health, position R1 for a term expiring June 30th, 2029, Mary Ann Ramos.
Will a member please move the adoption of the resolution? The resolution has been moved and seconded and is now before us. May we have the reports from the committees that considered this item, please, beginning with Frederick Lee, Chair of our Appointments Committee.
Okay, Mary Ann Ramos, item number 3. We saw her at the Appointments Committee. The vote was 10-0-0. District 2 and 10 were absent. It was renomination. She was qualified, and we felt very comfortable with her at the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Kathy Steele, Chair of our Health and Human Services Committee.
Hello. The Health and Human Services Committee interviewed Mary Ann Ramos on June 2nd regarding her renomination to the Board of Health. Ms. Ramos discussed her extensive public health and healthcare background, including her Master of Public Health degree, experience in occupational medicine, and academic work. She spoke about her experience serving diverse populations and addressing a broad range of community health needs. She emphasized the importance of public health education, access to services, and preventative care. She also discussed ongoing Board of Health priorities, including environmental health, disease prevention, and increasing community awareness of public health issues. We found her to be highly qualified and well-informed on current public health matters. Our vote was 12-0-0 to recommend.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that the 3 people who had signed up to speak on Ms. Ramos indicated that they do, Ms. Madden indicated that their comments would also apply to Ms. Ramos, but I just want to confirm Janet Stone McWigan, correct? Lauren O'Keefe, yes, and Aaron Leonard. I don't believe anyone else has signed up, so we will just move to a vote on this. Craig, could you please prepare the vote? If you were in item number 3 is the nomination of Mary Ann Ramos to the Board of Health. If you were in favor of this nomination, you would vote yes. If you were opposed, you would vote no. Craig, could you open that, please? Okay, I have the vote on item 3, the nomination of Marian Ramos. Those in favor, 160, opposed 14, abstaining 12. That item has carried. Craig, could you show the vote? Okay. That now brings us to item 26, which is historic designation property for Cos Cob Mill Pond Park. Is Andrew Melillo here? He usually introduces this. Is anyone from the Historic District Commission here? No. Okay. Ms. Rabin would, oh, he's on, is he waving his hand?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mr. Melillo, could you unmute?
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Good. You're on speaker, so let's hum it along here, okay? Introduce it.
Yes, I'm sorry, I have it, don't have it in front of me right now, but this is to introduce item 26 is to
Hang on,
designate.
I'll have Lauren,
Thank
if you
you.
don't have it in front of you,
No,
I'll
I
have Lauren
don't. Thank you.
introduce
Thank
it,
you.
and then you can speak to it when we get to the debate. How about
Sure.
that? Okay. Ms. Rabin.
Item 26, resolve that Article 7 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Greenwich entitled Town of Greenwich be amended pursuant to Section 7-147P through 7-147Y of the General Statutes as followed, Section blank. Property owned by the Town of Greenwich, the following property known as the Cos Cob Mill Pond is hereby designated as a historic property pursuant to the provisions of the General Statutes, Section 7-147P through 7-147Y.
Thank you. Will a member please move the adoption of the resolution? The resolution has been moved and seconded and is now before us. May we have the reports from the committees that considered this item? We will start with Sandy Harris, Chair of our Land Use Committee.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Madam Moderator, members of the RTM. So land use did take this up, and Andrew was not able to be at our meeting. It was a crazy schedule. He wouldn't have been able to come until after 10:30 or so, so he was not able to make it. But we exchanged emails and information with the committee prior to the meeting. And so the idea of this is to formally incorporate the small parkland, which includes the town's second oldest burial ground, into the adjacent Strickland Road Historic District, which is a National Register listed area centered on early settlement with extensive maritime history. And the mill pond itself has deep roots as a mill site and likely dating back to the 1700s. And the parcel abuts the district's historic homes and landscapes, making it a natural extension rather than an isolated addition. And according to Andrew, which he may speak to as, after we give our reports, the intent and the idea behind the designation is not to prevent projects or improvement, but to make sure they are consistent with the character of the land, its history and use, and consistent with the community character. Land use voted 12-0-0 to approve.
Thank you. Kip Bergweger, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
Good evening, Madam Moderator, members of the RTM, distinguished guests. Legislative and Rules met on Monday, June 1st. We had with us Amina Ahmad, Assistant Town Attorney, and Leslie Tarkington and Stephen Phelps of the BET Law Committee. Item 26 as noted, is proposed by the Historic District Commission. Our contact was to be Andrew Melillo. We were in the joint meeting and we arranged with Mr. Melillo to meet with the L&R committee after the joint meeting, which was scheduled to conclude around 9:30 p.m. However, the joint meeting extended to about 10:15 p.m. and after that, we were unable to contact Mr. Melillo. This was unfortunate because Legislative and Rules had several concerns that we were unable to resolve without his help. For example, we were concerned about potential restrictions on future property use. The description of the impacted property contains language that, and I quote, expressly omits and forfeits any and all rights, title, and interest, and claims, if any, to any and all streets, roads, ways, or rights of way abutting the above described premises, as well as any and all riparian, literal, and other water rights are pertinent to the above described premises, especially relative to the waters of the said mill pond. Well, this language could eliminate all kinds of things that mill pond currently enjoys. So we moved to postpone the item until September meeting for clarifications. The motion was approved 10-0-0 by unanimous consent. I now add that Mr. Melillo sent out an email to all members of the RTM this afternoon expressing his strong support for this project and his availability to answer any questions and give whatever guidance we require. So we congratulate him on that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bergweger, just as a reminder, this item is a proposed ordinance change, which is subject automatically to our second read rule. So a motion to postpone is not in order because it automatically appears on the call absent a motion to suspend the rules this evening. So,
We do not move to suspend the rules.
okay. So now we have Myra Klockenbrink, Chair of our Parks and Recreation Committee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, RTM members and guests. This item was not referred to the Parks and Rec Committee, but we elected to take it up because we felt it was within the purview of Parks and Rec portfolio and their maintenance. The only thing I would add to what has been said is this 1.2 parcel of land was inexplicably omitted from the Strickland Road Local Historic District. And the folks that brought this forward were actually representing this parcel, and for some weird reason, it didn't get included. So this would rectify that omission and include the little graveyard that's there, which is the second oldest in Greenwich and the oldest east of the Mianus River. And we voted 12-0-0 to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any other reports on this item? No. Okay. We will now open it up to debate on item 26. Mr. Melillo, would you like to offer any comments on this item? Clarify anything if necessary? Andrew, are you
Good,
still-
good. Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good evening, Madam Moderator. Andrew Malillo, Secretary to the Historic District Commission. I was not able to make the late meeting, so I apologize for that. I do have a bedtime and I'll turn into a pumpkin. Won't apologize for that. However, what is important is that we're happy to wait for the second read to answer more concerns and questions. The reason the description had expressly omitted the mill pond and the roads is that the designation is for the land itself, and that was what the description for this ordinance change is. It's to designate that area of land. If you'll remember from Bruce Park, we didn't designate the whole park, but a portion of it. So we had to write a description that described the area that would receive the designation, and that's what was being achieved there in this item. This is a parcel of land that was laid out by the town in 1725. It's been owned by the town since that time. It hasn't changed hands, which makes it the longest owned town-owned property. It has the oldest cemetery west of the Mianus River. As you know, Greenwich started as a settlement on the east side of the Mianus River. And so with the old burial ground and with the historic layout from 1725 and with the intent to originally incorporate it into the Strickland Historic District, we're just trying to correct some earlier discrepancies of not having this part of the district, which we think it should be. And that's all this is really trying to achieve. With the final comment, with concern to development, again, as Ms. Harris said, and as I explained in my email to her and to others, this is not to impede any municipal improvement or project. It's just to make sure that the project that is proposed is appropriate and reasonable to the community character. For example, there was talk of a playground being installed in the park, and it was deemed that would be something reasonable given its use as a park. However, it would just be kindly considered to be put away from the area that's considered a burial ground, so not to disturb hallowed ground, right? So this is all it's trying to do is make sure that the improvement is appropriate to the land itself and to the community around it.
Thank you very much. Okay. Absent, as I said, absent suspending the second read requirement, this item is going to automatically appear on our September call. Is anyone offering a motion to suspend the rules? Okay. Then this item is automatically going to roll into our September agenda. Okay, that now brings us to item 27, which is a proposed ordinance change to Article 9, Section 2-43. Lauren Rabin will be introducing that resolution.
Item 27, resolve that Article 9 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Greenwich entitled School Building Committee be amended pursuant to Section 2-43 of the General Statutes as followed. Should I read the whole?
No, you can just say as it appears on the.
As
call.
it appears on the call.
Okay. Will a member please move the adoption of the resolution? Is there a second? The resolution has been moved and seconded and is now before us. May we have the reports from the committees that considered this item, starting with, no, it's you. You can go ahead. James Waters, Chair of our Budget Overview Committee.
Okay, good evening. The Budget Overview Committee voted 12-0-0 on the proposed revision of Article 9 of the Code of Ordinances. We had Selectwoman Lauren Rabin to provide us an overview of the item. She explained that the change is being proposed to ensure building committees can function properly, provide more accountability for members, and ensure there's a path to change committee leadership if needed. BOC questioned if this change would have a destabilizing effect on a building committee. Ms. Rabin said she felt the proposed change is good governance and would ultimately create a more cohesive building committee. I will note that BOC has 2 members who are currently members of school building committees, myself and Steph Cowie from District 8. Both of us said that we felt that this change was reasonable and would make sense. Our vote was unanimous, 12-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Moss, Chair of our Public Works Committee.
Good evening. Public Works Committee held a joint meeting with Education and Legislative and Rules Committee, and Selectwoman Lauren Rabin joined us to answer questions about this item. I'm not going to repeat what James had to say, just that Public Works members, that they raised one concern, which was that annual votes could become politicized over time, creating unnecessary internal conflict. And nonetheless, Public Works members felt broadly that while instances of unsatisfactory officer performance are rare, having the option to act when needed would be a net benefit. Public Works voted in favor of item 27 with a vote of 10-0-0.
Thank you. Steve Rubin, Chair of our Education Committee.
Mine's going to be very easy. My two colleagues said everything that really would need to be said concerning the item. We took it up and voted 9-1-1. District 6 voted no, with the feeling that we don't need more government. Need is not proven for this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kip Bergweger, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
After the joint meeting, legislative and rules met separately, and we were having difficulty interpreting quite how the language of this proposal would operate. We made several attempts to amend the item to make it more intelligible and effective. We did not reach agreement on any specific revision. Also, this is an amendment to an ordinance and therefore subject to the second reading, so we could take time to address this item. We did not take a vote. It was agreed that the language amendments were needed and individual LNR members would work on amendments before the September meeting. And you may have noticed that the secretary of our committee, Lucy Von Brockel, has indeed filed an amendment to this item for consideration tonight.
Thank you. Okay. That concludes our committee reports, but I would like to invite Ms. Von Brockel up to offer her amendment to this item.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So I am making a motion to amend the amended motion for item 27. And you just want me to explain what it does?
Hang on.
Okay.
That amendment or that motion being offered on behalf of an individual does require a second. So is there a second? Okay. It has been moved and seconded and now before us. And now, why don't you explain what you very generously did that could not be done in LNR?
So we had difficulty figuring out, would a 1-year term and when should you have the meeting and all sorts of fun stuff that LNR does. So we basically the purpose of the amendments is to remove any ambiguity around term dates, timing for elections, and clarifies that the ordinance would apply to new and existing building committees. So basically, like if, to summarize, the officers' 1-year terms would be defined by the date the committee was appointed by us. The committee would then hold officer elections at the first meeting after each anniversary of that appointment date. So for new committees, if an existing committee was appointed, say on November 1st, 2025, they would have an election on November 1st, 2026. And it adds also that the officers will serve for the 1-year term, quote, or until their successor is elected, which is language that's often in these things to cover you in case there's some reason why you can't elect someone at that meeting. And it corrects an error in the resolution that referred to a general statute and cites the relevant ordinance with more specificity.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to debate this item? Okay. Is there a motion, if you feel comfortable with the work that Ms. Von Brockel has done to clean up the language and make it more consistent, which I think is what LNR was trying to do, but just couldn't get to it. We do have the opportunity, if people are interested, to suspend the rules and take a dispositive vote this evening. Is Ms. Von Brockel, are you going to offer a motion to see if people want to suspend the rules? Okay, you can object,
Fine.
but first the motion gets offered and then you would vote against it. Okay. So-
Make a motion to suspend the rules to waive the second.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, the motion to suspend the rules has been moved and seconded. It does require a 2/3 to pass. So if you are in favor of suspending the second read rule to take a dispositive vote this evening, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. Craig, let's see if we have something up there. The motion to suspend the rules is not debatable and requires a 2/3 to pass. Yes, yes. Mr. Waters.
Don't we need to amend the item before we waive the second rule, read rule?
We didn't do that, did we? Oh my God. Thank you, Jamie.
Okay.
Thanks. Sorry. I was jumping ahead. Good job. Okay. My head is already in like 33 and 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much for that. Okay. So we do, Mr. Waters is absolutely correct. We do need to take a motion to approve Ms. Von Brockel's amendment. And she did send that out to everyone. I hope people had an opportunity to see that. So we are going to backtrack. We are going to vote on the Von Brockel motion to amend item 27. Yes, that is debatable. That is a debatable motion. If you would like to debate. Sure. In the future, you might want to sign up to speak on these things, though. Okay. Well, we're not speaking on the second read rule now. Now we're speaking on the Von Brockel motion
Okay.
to amend.
So, sorry, guys, I really don't want to waste time. I thought we had a second read, so I didn't sign up to speak on this item. David Levine, I'm chairman of the Julian Curtis Building Committee. I think this is too complicated. I actually think we do need the second read rule before we try to change a town legislation like this. I think there's a much simpler approach. I'm not going to propose that now, and so therefore I just think we need more time to review this. I think the second read rule is appropriate, and I don't think we should be forced to vote on a motion that we haven't had time to review. That's all. Thank you.
Just as a point of reference, the motion was circulated to everyone. So I certainly hope that people are reading the emails that are being distributed to people, and it was online. Would there be anyone else that would like to discuss this? Mr. Waters.
All right, so the building committee chairs get to have a public debate on this. I was just going to say, I support the Von Brockel motion to amend. I will, however, be if there is after that a motion to waive the second read rule, I am absolutely a no vote on this. I think David is 100% right that this needs a second meeting and more debate, but I do think Lucy's amendment is a step in the right direction, and it is not a final dispositive vote on this item.
Okay. Anyone else want to say anything? Okay. We now have the Von Brockel motion to amend item 27. Okay. So this is item 27, the Von Brockel amendment. If you are in favor of the amendment that Ms. Von Brockel has shared with all of us, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. Craig, could you open the vote, please? All set? Okay, let's see. Let's make sure you're in there. Okay. Okay. You're set. We're going to close the vote. Craig, could you please close the vote? Okay, so the vote on the Von Brockel motion is 173 in favor, 11 opposed with 14 abstentions. That motion has carried. So now moving forward, whatever you decide to do with this item is going to appear before you as an amended version. Ms. Von Brockel? Yeah, why don't we'll do it in the proper order since I was already. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Could you share the vote? Yep. Okay. Yes.
All right. I move that, I move that we suspend the rules to waive the second read rule on item 27.
Okay. The motion to suspend the rules does require a second and is not debatable and would require a 2/3 to pass. There is a second. It has been moved and seconded to suspend the rules for the second read of item 27. As I said, not debatable and does require a 2/3 majority to pass. So we will certainly take a record vote on that. Craig, could you prepare the voting window? Okay, this is waive the second read rule, requires 2/3 to pass for item 27. The item has been amended. So if you are in favor of waiving the second read rule, so you can take a dispositive vote, meaning a final vote on item 27 this evening, you would vote yes. If you want to wait until September, you would vote no. So Craig, could you please open up the vote? Oh, all right. Well, you saw the vote. No surprise. Okay. All right. So the vote was 154 in favor, 135 opposed with 10 abstentions. I believe that, what? Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Show it again. It's failed. It's 54, 135 to 10. Okay. It's going to show up on the September call as amended. So that's what you will have to work with in September. Okay. You can leave that up for a minute or not. Where are we? We are going now to 28. We did already. Now we are going to 29, which is $6 million for Central Middle School. I believe Joe Rossetti, chair of the Central Middle School Building Committee, will be introducing that resolution.
Good evening, Madam Moderator, distinguished RTM members, honorable neighbors, and esteemed Greenwich residents. I am Joe Rossetti, and I'm here tonight in behalf of the Central Middle School Building Committee.
Mr. Rossetti, that
Yeah.
is lovely, but really all I need you to do right now is read that one sentence resolve for us.
Thank you for letting me come before you tonight to encourage your continued support of the Central Middle School. Be it resolved that the sum of $6 million be and the same is hereby appropriated to be added to the following account: B6801-389-59560, and to be known as Central Middle School Construction Project.
Perfect. Okay, is there a second? Will a member please move the adoption of the resolution, moved and seconded, and is now before us? May we have the reports from the committees that considered this item? Who's going first? James Waters is going first from the Budget Overview Committee. Item 29.
Okay, the Budget Overview Committee voted 12-0-0 on the $6 million interim appropriation for the Central Middle School project. We had the Chair, Joe Rossetti, Vice Chair, Claire Kilgallen, RTM Rep. Peter Sampanero, and Central Middle School Building Committee member, Steph Cowie, to provide an overview of the item. Also in attendance were representatives from JLL, the owner's representative for the project. They reviewed with BOC an updated budget analysis provided prior to the meeting. Mr. Rossetti outlined the $6 million funding request, which had been approved by both the Board of Education and the BET, citing several extraordinary project costs that emerged after construction was underway. The largest unforeseen expenses relate to fire suppression and fire alarm enhancements required by the fire marshal after low water pressure was discovered at the school, along with the recent requirement to install a temporary fire pump to allow school occupancy when classes begin in late August. Mr. Rossetti walked us through all of the detail on this, explaining that the project was tracking under budget, but that the original owner contingency could largely be allocated to address these and other costs, including a change in the owner's representative, higher than expected utility expenses, and various construction-related issues, leaving approximately $100,000 of the owner contingency unallocated. The proposed interim funding would cover potential change orders, field improvements, additional soft costs, hazardous material remediation, rock removal, and replenishment of the owner contingency, while the committee continues efforts to reduce or avoid several projected expenses. Committee members discussed the causes of the water pressure issues, the role of consultants and utility providers, and the importance of early fire marshal involvement, while emphasizing that the project remains on track for occupancy at the start of the school year, with construction to continue in the coming year. BOC's vote on the item was unanimous, 12-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Rubin, Chair of our Education Committee.
I'll tell you, it's great following BOC. He gives such a completely thorough report. I'm not going to be redundant and go over all the same details that he did. I will say that we were part of a joint meeting with Public Works. We had the same Central Middle School Building Committee personnel and leadership attending our meeting. We heard the same arguments for doing it, and we voted 11-1-0 to approve it. We also took up the bonding issue number 29 with the same 11-1-0. I will note that District 10 voted no, stating she felt the project was oversized and overpriced to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Moss, Chair of our Public Works Committee.
Good evening. We were also at the joint meeting with Finance and Education. We took up items 29 and 30 together. The committee raised broader concerns about when we went back to our room, the committee raised broader concerns about the town's water infrastructure. Greenwich has been addressing pressure deficiencies, building by building rather than townwide, and aging water mains, some 50 to 80 years old. We are recommending that the fire department and Public Works engage Aquarian proactively at the outset of future projects to avoid repeating these additional costs. Public Works approved the item 1000 for both the interim appropriation and the bonding. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Calb, Chair of our Finance Committee.
Madam Moderator, colleagues in the RTM, distinguished guests, I'm here to discuss with you item 29, the Finance Committee's view. I won't review the same items that have just been recounted by my colleagues. I'll just point out a couple of things. First of all, we did have the same representation, the same experts that were presenting to our committee, as were noted by James Waters, Chair of BOC. Our Finance Committee, besides all of these other points, the main item being that there needed a special appropriation, mainly for changes to the fire system, adding a pump house and underground water storage tanks. The Finance Committee really was interested in two questions. One, we asked Chairman Rossetti why the fire department hadn't noticed these problems previously, because they were involved in the original decision-making. And Chairman Rossetti noted that it wasn't really the fire department's, there was no fault on their part, but rather that there had been a reduction in water pressure in the town pipes, and that when they did a recent test before, which is routine before you want to open the school, they found the water pressure was inadequate for having an appropriate fire suppression system. See, he's nodding. He's agreeing, which is nice to see. Thank you. But that was concerning to us. And the second point was, and that's why we have to have this system put in place. But the second point was, we said, well, why is the water pressure down? Was it just temporary? And Mr. Rossetti pointed out that actually the Central Middle School is on a piping system that has a dead end in the piping. Is that the right term? Dead ending? So you have a dead ending pipe, which is different than a looping pipe. And as a result, any of our town properties that are on such a line, and I think he mentioned that there are about 7 of them, could be facing the same problem, which could lead to future expensive renovations that we may have to face. So that's just something I'm throwing out there. Besides that, the Finance Committee, agreed with this appropriation, and we approved the item unanimously by a vote of 12-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Bergweger, did you also, I know you take up the bonding, but did you take up this part as well? Okay. Okay, so you'll give a report on the bonding. Okay. That concludes the reports for item 29. Any debate on item 29? I don't believe anyone signed up, but if anyone's interested. Okay, we'll just go to the vote. Craig, could you prepare the vote for item 29, which is $6 million appropriation for Central Middle School? Okay, I have the vote on item 29, the $6 million appropriation. Those in favor, 190, opposed 4, abstaining 4. That item has carried. Craig, could you show the vote? And now that leads right into the bonding resolution for this item, which is going to require a majority of the members to pass, which means at least 116. Mr. Rossetti, could you introduce that resolution? You don't have to read the whole thing. You just sort of have to get it before us and say it is as it appears on the call.
Item 30, resolution authorizing the issuance of $6 million bonds of the town to meet a portion of an additional capital budget appropriation for the Central Middle School project for the fiscal year 2025 through 2026, and pending the issuance thereof, the making of temporary borrowing for such purpose.
Thank you very much. Will a member please move and second the resolution? The item has been moved and seconded and is now before us. I don't know, I think Mr. Bergweger, since you're the new member for this item, I think everybody else has already incorporated some of their remarks, but they are certainly welcome to say more if they'd like to. But why don't we hear from Eleanor first?
Legislative and Rules voted 10-0-0 in favor of this item.
Great, okay. Good job, Mr. Bergweger. All right, Mr. Kalb, you want to follow in his footsteps?
Yes. I just note that the bonding request is simply because bond counsel always advises the finance department to have approval for the entire cost of all capital projects in hand. They do not expect to actually do bonding for this, given the fact that we are expecting a fairly large reimbursement of about $20 million from the state. And also, you should be aware that any funds in the contingency accounts that are not spent will actually be returned to the town. So we voted 12-0-0 unanimously to approve the bonding.
Thank you. Mr. Waters, Chair of our Budget Overview Committee.
Our vote was 12-0-0, and the only point I would add is that BOC has this exceptional member whose name is Pete Minarski, who was able to provide us a pretty good overview of the need for this bonding authorization. Hence our vote 12-0-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moss, are you doing any more with Public Works or are you done with? Okay, good. That's what I thought. I think, and Mr. Rubin, are you adding any more or you're done too? Okay, good. All right. So mercifully, no one has signed up to debate the merits of the bonding resolution. So let's just go to a vote on that. As a reminder, we do need a majority of the full membership, so at least 116 to pass. So item 30, $6 million bonding resolution for Central Middle School construction project, again, requires 116 to pass. Craig, could you open the vote? Okay, our bonding resolution for Central Middle School, those in favor, 185, opposed 9, abstaining 4. That item has carried. Craig, could you show the vote? Okay, now at 9:23, the real fun starts. We have the last 3 items for the evening, which naturally are going to take the longest. So the item that we are next going to tackle is the municipal improvement referral for the Dorothy Hamill rink. Ms. Rabin, would you like to introduce that resolution?
Okay. 31, right?
Yeah, municipal improvement. Isn't that what we're at? We just did 30, I think.
I don't know if I have the right, I don't have to do all this whereas. I don't know
No,
that I-
you just want to get something that says we are taking up the municipal improvement on there.
Okay, everyone, we are taking up the municipal improvement for the Dorothy Hamill rink.
Okay, so it's resolved that the application for municipal improvement by the town is hereby approved by the representative town meeting. Okay. Introducing the moved and seconded. Did I hear it? Okay. All right. So let's have the reports from the committees that considered this item. I know you probably, did you have a joint meeting on this one too? Okay, Cheryl Moss, are you giving a combined report or is everybody doing their own thing?
I'm going to present and then people will add if I've forgotten something.
Okay,
And they'll cover
okay.
their own.
So Cheryl Moss, Chair of our Public Works Committee.
I'm sorry that this is not very brief. Trying to be as brief as possible. Good evening, Madam Moderator and members of the RTM. Public Works, Land Use, and Legislative and Rules Committees met in a joint meeting to hear item 31 concerning 2 separate MI referrals regarding the proposed redesign of Eugene Morlow Memorial Park and the replacement of the Dorothy Hamill Ice Rink. Presenting for the filers were Lucy Von Brockel and Peter Berg, and presenting for the town was Luigi Romano of the Department of Public Works, with Steph Cowie representing the Hamill Rink Task Force. There is no disagreement about the core need. Everyone in this room agrees the Dorothy Hamill Rink must be replaced. What is before the RTM tonight is whether this particular redesign of an entire neighborhood park meets the standard that P&Z itself has set, that it be, in their words, in the best interest of the greatest number of residents and consistent with the plan of conservation and development. The first referral, signed by 10 residents, challenges the MI based upon the POCD consistency. Their core argument is that the communities most affected, residents of Putnam Green and McKinney Terrace, were never invited to engage with the task force. Plans were nearly impossible to find on the town website. There were no well-advanced advertised public meetings of the kind this town holds for comparable projects, and a key P&Z condition, street-level 3D renderings showing how people on the ground would actually experience these changes, has still not been met. Bird's eye views appeared only 4 days before we met, and that's not the same thing. This is a comprehensive redesign of Morlow Park, moving every major element, leveling the site with 11,000 cubic yards of fill, adding nearly 400 feet of retaining walls, creating a new entrance road, and increasing impervious surface throughout. That fill alone means roughly 1,000 heavy truck trips throughout a school zone already managing over 40 buses a day. All right. They also raised questions about what gets value engineered away when costs are pressured. Neighbors, baseball players, and veterans are already giving up outfield space, green space, tree canopy, and direct access to the playground at Memorial Grove. The second referral, authored by Peter Berg, a 22-year RTM member and former 12-year chair of the Land Use Committee, is grounded in process. Mr. Berg reminds us that this RTM MI vote is not an appeal of P&Z's decision, but a de novo decision. The RTM has broad authority to consider cost, alternatives, and process, things entirely outside P&Z's scope. His referral identifies 7 specific failures. A 2-rink proposal costing $16 million less than the flip was ignored and never mentioned in the task force's final report. 6 evaluation criteria that favored the alternative were quietly dropped from the matrix. A planned residence survey was skipped. The first selectman's letter opposing Arch Street site and its competing $10 million pedestrian plaza proposal, that same footprint, appear nowhere in the task force report. A pedestrian safety concern cited against the Arch Street site turned out to be wrong. Police records show no accidents at that crosswalk. Mr. Berg and his co-signers were in favor of a design they refer to as Harborside Arena. Both referral presenters made one point emphatically: voting down this MI is not a vote against the rink. Build-in-place concept plans already exist. A pre-application went to P&Z in January 2022, and site testing is done. The budget is approved. They argue the RTM could move just as quickly on an alternative path without another task force, without starting over. Luigi Romano presented for the town and stated that the town made a genuine effort to address the RTM's concerns. The task force, excuse me, made a genuine effort to address the RTM's concerns from the first rejection. The new task force was more diverse. It included RTM appointees, an accessibility representative, and a BNA member. The design itself responded to feedback. The new access road improves emergency vehicle routing. Green space is centralized around the ball field, and the Veterans Grove gains accessible parking nearby. On costs, the town's position is that building in place would not save meaningful money because similar amounts of site work, pavement, and construction are already required, regardless of which design is chosen. On the missing renderings, their answer is that those require design funds, which require MI approval, a sequencing problem, not a dodge. Further delay carries real costs to ice time, to project momentum, and potentially to other capital projects in the queue. Committee members discussed and voted on item 31 in their respective rooms after adjournment of this joint meeting. For Public Works, the members were largely unsympathetic to the objections, viewing them as a late-stage attempt to redesign or rescope a project that has already gone through a meaningful evaluation and evolution. Members noted that the developer had previously modified the design in response to community feedback, reflecting a responsive process. The key issues discussed were that there was disappointment that there were no true renderings produced, with skepticism of the claim that the full design renderings cannot be produced without funding in place. Yet funding approval depends on meeting certain design conditions, creating a procedural tension the committee acknowledged. The baseball field element, visually prominent aerial views, prompted questions about whether the project would deliver a net gain in usable green space, as the field is not where people can picnic or walk. And members anticipated project costs possibly rising as design advances, with estimates potentially climbing from 40 to 50 million. However, the outcome, approving the MI, was seen as the necessary step to unlock already approved funds and move the project into its next design phase. The committee voted 10-0-0 in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kalb, Chair of our Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and colleagues. I apologize for having to come before you so many times tonight, but our committee did vote on 8 separate items, deliberated with experts on each of them, and attended 2 joint meetings. We met for about 4.5 hours, and I just wanted to give a shout out to all of my colleagues on the Finance Committee for their very hard work on that Monday evening. On this particular project, as noted by Cheryl, there were really 2 items that were referred to the RTM regarding the MI, one from submitted by Lucy Von Brockel on behalf of her group, another one submitted by Peter Berg. We deliberated in this item. No one from the Lucy Von Brockel group was able to attend our meeting, but Peter Berg did attend and present his view. Mr. Berg recommended rejecting the MI for the rink and park project in favor of considering a proposal to build a rink at 100 Arch Street, calculating his proposal will reduce costs by about $6 million. We did have Steph Cowie from the Hamel Ring Task Force. She noted that the Arch Street site was in fact reviewed and voted down twice by the Hamel Ring Task Force. It was disqualified for being in a flood zone. She noted that the mechanics for the rink would be underneath the building, rendering this completely inadequate. and also that the costs would be higher than were estimated by Mr. Berg. Luigi Romano, Director of Building Construction Maintenance, also presented renderings of the current project. The committee was impressed by the new second access road, the location of the main and secondary parking lots, the new playground and ball field, and plans to plant 70 new trees. The Finance Committee overall in its deliberations doubted the efficacy of the Arch Street location and the calculations behind the estimated cost savings. In general, the committee did not see any material reasons justifying the rejection of the MI or any material differences in the merits of the project since it was last considered as a budget item at the RTM in our last meeting. The committee did indicate a very strong preference to approve the MI in line with the RTM's budget approval for the rink, and for moving this project forward without delay. The item was approved 12-0-0 by unanimous vote. Thank you.
Thank you. James Waters, Chair of our Budget Overview Committee.
Okay. BOC voted 9-1 to approve the municipal improvement for the Dorothy Hamill Rink. We heard from from both groups of the folks who referred this item to the RTM. We heard from Luigi Romano. We heard from some other members who joined the referrers. We also had the first selectman, the Commissioner of Public Works, and Hamilton Rink Task Force member Steph Cowie at our meeting. And I'll note this is the third consecutive meeting in which BOC had discussed this project in depth. For historical reference, in January 2025, BOC voted 2-7-3 on the old Hamill MI, and the rest of the RTM rejected the MI by a similar margin. This time, BOC's vote was nearly the inverse at 9-1. We did have both proponents walk through their rationales. You've heard a little bit about it. I'm sure we're going to hear from them tonight. Mr. Romano did provide us some updated renderings. He talked about the process. He talked about what the revisions that are in the current proposal include, both in terms of the rink, the ball field, the parking, access, traffic, all of the impacts and things that were incorporated into the current plan, including providing a greater buffer to the Memorial Grove area than the previous MI. The Board of Selectmen voted 3-0 to approve the current proposal. P&Z approved the current MI by a 5-0 vote. P&Z, you'll hear tonight, attached 7 conditions that must be addressed as part of the final site plan submission. I will note for your information, for the Old Greenwich renovation, P&Z attached 13 conditions at the same point in the process. Key points. BOC members expressed widespread skepticism at Mr. Berg's assertion that 2 rinks could be built for less than the proposed project, especially since outdated 2019 construction estimates are central to his argument. As we know, construction costs have escalated dramatically over the past 7 years. The Hamill Rink Task Force also emphasized to us that they considered and rejected Mr. Berg's proposal twice. We heard about the trees, which you heard from Mr. Kalb. We heard that parking in the current proposal has been informed by detailed studies. The orientation of the proposed ball field is an improvement versus the existing orientation. The scheduling of the new rink, which will be year-round, will be managed by Parks and Rec, as it does with other town facilities like the Cohen Eastern Greenwich Civic Center. And we also discussed that some neighbors continue to have issues with the current proposal, but also that numerous community organizations, including every PTA on the western side of town, supports the current plan and has encouraged the town to move forward. Finally, BOC discussed the significance of the RTM's vote on the MI. Approval allows the project to proceed to final design and P&Z review. Rejection sends the project back to square one. The BET has established conditions on the funding in the budget we approved last month related to this MI. If the MI is rejected, both A&E and construction funds that have already been approved would not be released and the project would be delayed. Some members expressed concerns that this would also delay major upcoming priority projects like the Riverside School renovation and the GHS Natatorium driveway tennis project. Members noted the project still requires final site plan approval from P&Z and that it's likely to return for an additional appropriation because let's just say BOC members are skeptical that the current approved funding will be sufficient. Also note that all funds would need to be approved prior to the start of construction for the town to enter into contracts. Supporters of this proposal said that it reflects years of planning, substantial public input, and broad community support for a new rink. The couple folks on BOC who voted against it continue to raise concern about costs, neighborhood impacts, and whether the project had been sufficiently vetted. BOC's vote was 9-1 to approve the MI. Those voting no, the 2 votes that voted no cited the cost, a preference for a different location, and the importance of the RTM maintaining its oversight of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Harris, Chair of our Land Use Committee.
Hello again. So I just wanted to start by saying that I was not able to be at the land use meeting, and our wonderful Vice Chair, Ellen Brennan Galvin, was able to step in and take on a very busy, crazy evening with, she did a great job. We took on 9 items, 3 joint meetings. So land use did attend the joint meeting. And I won't reiterate any of the facts that were given there. The committee decided to step out of the meeting at the end and take a vote in the hallway, so there wasn't a lot of time for discussion. The vote was 11-1-0, with D4 voting no. She had many reasons for voting no. Primarily, she felt that it would be feasible to build a temporary rink and then build the new rink in place. She felt that the flip model would result in a loss of the old school character of the park and the loss of the site of the home plate for the residents of McKinney Terrace. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Myra Clockenbrink, Chair of our Parks and Recreation Committee.
The Parks and Rec Committee took up the municipal improvement for Hamel Rink project. Alex Pop, RTM member for District 4, represented the Lucy Von Brockel referral, and Peter Berg presented as opponents to the MI. Luigi Romano was present as the proponent. Stephanie Cowie was present from the Hamel Rink Task Force to help answer questions during our discussion. In addition to what has already been reported, Mr. Pop contended the task force was charged with locating a site and ended up with an entire redesign and objected to that. Mr. Romano corrected the idea that the trees along the new rink would be cut down. A condition of the P&Z was that they remain. Only those trees in the construction of the egress to Western Junior Highway will be removed. In the new configuration of the Memorial Grove trees will be abutted by the grass extension of the ball field as opposed to the present sidewalk, curb, and parking now in place. Mr. Berg explained that his opposition to the MI was centered on the selection of the site, and his study focuses on the 100 Arch Street at the Roger Sherman Baldwin Park. He made the case that his version would be less expensive than the current plan and contended that other rinks were built on shorelines and that engineering could protect the rink from flooding and saltwater inundation. It was pointed out that the state would not approve the site, and neither would P&Z for a municipal installation. Mr. Romano explained that the conditions for the MI would be resolved through the design and final site plan. The vote to approve the MI was 903. District 2 felt the renovation of the current read made more sense. District 4 felt as a representative for the Byram community, and that community being so divided, taking a vote was untenable. And District 10 felt that there were already too many manifestations of this rink. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kip Bergweger, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
Legislative and Rules attended the joint meeting and we received the same information that's already been described. Then we went to our separate meeting and we had one of the presenters, Lucy Von Brockel, who's also a member of the committee in attendance. And we had an extensive discussion of the concerns, particularly those of the people in the Byram area, as to the effect of this project on their community. We then voted on the, excuse me, I flipped over one page here. So we voted on the item. Legal order was 10-0-0. On the merits, it was 5, 3, and 2. No votes for districts 4, 8, and 9. And then we had 2 abstentions, districts 1 and 2.
Thank you, Mr. Bergweger. Is there anybody else that took this up? I don't think so, right? Okay, so let's open it up to debate. Let's just set this up. So we have 2 distinct groups of people who have offered a referral, right? It's not an appeal, it's a referral. It comes to us de novo. They have very different motivations for why they are referring the MI to us. So they will each be awarded 5 minutes. Mr. Berg will go first. He is representing the first group of opponents, and Ms. Von Brockel will go second, representing the second group of opponents who referred. You will each get 5 minutes. The person who goes last in this case is going to be James Michael, our commissioner, and he will have an opportunity to rebut anything that is said. He will also get 5 minutes. So we will open it up for debate. Mr. Berg goes first. Dan, he will get 5 minutes on the clock, and he will be followed by Lucy Von Brockel. Mr. Berg.
Good evening, Madam Moderator, RTM members and guests. Paul Newman once famously said, if you're playing poker and you look around the table and can't tell who the sucker is, it's you. In this case, the suckers are the skaters and taxpayers of Greenwich. I am the principal author of the Harborside Arena proposal. That proposal builds a new ice rink on the footprint of the now vacant teen center and the Parks Department maintenance garages at 100 Arch Street, and renovates the existing Hamel rink in Byram. The 2 rinks cost $6 million less to build than the $41 million flip. And Harborside Arena replaces the first selectman's separate $10 million plan for 100 Arch Street. So Greenwich gets 2 rinks and saves $16 million. That's not peanuts, it's not sour grapes, it's real money. The Hamel Task Force report says the flip is the lowest cost option. Clearly, that is not true. In addition to lower construction costs on the flip, the 2 rinks also can charge lower skating fees from the flips because the skating fees are offset by lease revenue. The Hamel Task Force did not discuss the 2 rink proposal. It is not even mentioned in the task force report. It was just ignored, and they had it since August. There is something seriously wrong with the municipal improvement process that ignored a lower cost plan, the one with less impact on crosstown traffic and more affordable skating fees, and instead recommended a higher cost plan that will worsen traffic congestion and price out many Greenwich families. The task force disqualified 100 Arch Street based on pedestrian safety grounds without ever asking the police department for accident data. In fact, there have been no recorded pedestrian accidents crossing Arch Street in recent years. Meanwhile, the task force never asked about pedestrian safety around Moorlot Park, the site it recommended. The task force disqualified 100 Arch Street on flooding grounds without contacting a single waterfront rink operator. Ladies and gentlemen, I just came from the Arch Street Task Force public hearing. The first selectman was there with his architect. He is proposing a ground level restaurant in the Arch Street, in the teen center building. There is no comment about flooding and no concern about pedestrian safety. You should be outraged. I am outraged. You can send a message to the BET, the Board of Selectmen, and the Planning and Zoning Commission. Fix our MI process. No more sham task forces. Vote no on the flip. Thank you.
Okay. Lucy Von Brockel, who will represent the second group of referrers, and she will also have 5 minutes.
Thank you. And it is a group of referrers. It is not the Lucy Von Brockel referral. I'm representing one of 2 groups that referred this MI, residents from Byram and across town with legitimate concerns about this project as presented. I won't relitigate everything. I want to explain why this vote matters and ask something of this body going forward, whatever you decide tonight. When P&Z approved the MI, they highlighted specific POCD guidelines relevant to this vote. The POCD, approved by this body after significant community engagement, and is supposed to guide every land use decision the town makes, including this one. Guidelines appear in order of community priority. A few that have been lost in the debate about ice time and budgets. Guiding principle number 1, the top priority, says character and sense of place are at the core of planning and policy, with the goal of protecting and preserving those elements. A 30% larger rink, out-of-place architecture, a new road, full regrading of the property, and a net loss of tree canopy and parkland in one of our densest neighborhoods conflicts with this in every way. Guiding principle 3 calls for increasing buffers between institutional and residential uses, specifically calling out parking lots and athletic facilities. This plan moves both closer to property lines and to more residents than today. Guiding principle 4 describes our landscape and natural environment as core components of the town's image and identity, and says we should capitalize on opportunities to develop additional parkland in areas that lack access. This plan flattens the landscape with fill and makes more of the dedicated open space there unusable for passive recreation. Objective 6.3 calls for balancing institutional needs with those of surrounding neighborhoods. That balance was not struck. Neighbors and all other park users are bearing all of the impact to avoid a temporary inconvenience to rink users. Objective 4.1 encourages use of existing footprints and redevelopment. Building in place is not a fringe idea. It's what our own town plan calls for. The option was dismissed because the temporary rink was estimated at $3 million, an amount I believe this body would have supported as a reasonable trade-off. And worth noting, last week, the recommended plan for the GHS pool was presented to the BOE with support from the swimming program they plan to build in place and temporarily disperse to local schools. Some P&Z conditions on this site plan reflect some of the POCD conflicts. Conditions placed on last year's MI could have informed tonight's vote, but haven't been met. Tonight's other votes highlight reasons why approving this MI as presented is ill-advised. We just approved a $6 million interim for Central, a project already under construction. Last month, some members suggested that approving the rink construction budget wouldn't foreclose the RTM's input because interims would come back before construction began. Tonight is a reminder that surprise costs may only be revealed after construction is underway, and it would be difficult to reel them in at that point. We voted to strengthen governance oversight of school building committees because significant authority over major projects requires accountability mechanisms. We've heard there will be a new task force for the rink construction appointed by the first selectman, not the RTM, and advisory only. The town makes the final call on everything with this project, and that's a meaningful difference. And on the speed cameras, some members might vote no because of inadequate public outreach in affected neighborhoods. The rink and park redesign before you has never been presented to the surrounding community in the same way that we were presented with these speed cameras recently. If a lack of community engagement is disqualifying on the cameras, I'd ask whether this MI is being held to the same standard. I'm asking members of this body to consider not only this application, but the long-term impact of your decision on Byram. If the MI passes, I'm asking you to stay engaged and accountable throughout the life of this project. There's no room for error on this site, and it is inevitable that problems will arise. If more compromises are proposed that further encroach on green space, baseball, passive recreation, or the Memorial Grove, please stand with those most burdened by this plan. Over the last decade and the last century, for that matter, Byram has lost trees, grass fields, and access to contaminated fields, and absorbed institutional uses that other parts of town would never accept. We already deal with parking shortages, heavy traffic, and narrow roads, and a de facto bus depot at our middle school. Construction will add hundreds of heavy vehicles in a school zone, and another park and field will be inaccessible to neighbors for years. Should this move forward, we will need your support in securing additional soil testing, a community impact study, analysis of changing traffic patterns, and funding for pedestrian safety improvements before a shovel goes in the ground. This is one of many projects, past and future, that have incrementally eroded quality of life in Byram. The community has not stopped advocating itself, but know that residents are exhausted from fighting the same battles over and over. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're going to open it up to general debate. Everybody else will have 2 minutes, except when we get to Jim Michael, who will be the final speaker. He'll go back to 5. So I'm going to ask people to come and line up on the side as to make it flow a little bit better. We have a lot of speakers this evening for the last 3 items. You may feel compelled, if you've heard your remarks already, to just say pass. That's fine. Okay, so Peter Cruikshank, to be followed by Mark Victel, and on double deck will be Fred Camillo. So go over there. So Cruikshank, Victel, Camillo. I don't think that's murderer's row. You're all like that team that shall not be mentioned, but.
Good evening, Madam Moderator, fellow RTM members, guests. I'll be very brief. On May 4th, 70% of this body, 144 people, voted to keep the construction funds for this project in the budget. I'm hoping tonight, that's about 70% of the people, hoping tonight we'll have a similar vote, but 70% of the people will approve this resolution. This project has been well vetted. There's been a lot of public input. I think the town has done a great job coming up with a plan for the park and the rink, and I urge you to vote yes on the MI. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Victel, to be followed by First Selectman Camillo.
When I ran for the RTM, I thought I'd be part of a body that would guard Greenwich taxpayers, scrutinize spending, stop proposals whose cost was not well thought out. Based on May's vote and what looks to be tonight's instead, to my chagrin and embarrassment, I find myself part of an RTM that it's going to pass a spending plan for $41 million, whose proponents openly talk about it costing $50 million or more. And worse, it's being allowed to go forward because the RTM is succumbing to emotional arguments like Greenwich should be embarrassed to have a rink as bad as Hamel. And we've been talking about this for so long, we need to pass it. They're forgetting that the RTM's role is to protect the players, the taxpayers in town. But worst of all, by letting the MI stand and the flip to go forward, the RTM is falling for the oldest con in the world, This is a bait and switch and has been since the very minute that the task force was formed to find the best place for a new rink, and who violated its charter by presenting much the same flip that the RTM voted down 17 months ago, but at more than twice the price, with many questions unanswered, and then having no one overseeing the task force, the selectmen and the BET, tell them to go back and do what they were supposed to do, which was to work out a rink. And even the first selectman's capital budget still promotes the fiction by calling the 41 million the Dorothy Hamill replacement, not mentioning all the work that's going to be done on the park. As a result, it's my inescapable conclusion that the flip was a pre-planned bait and switch from the start that includes summarily rejecting any alternatives and calling any who question it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, move it along. All right, so I guess I thought people would remember the little lecture I gave last month when we had this item, which is we are not to make ad hominem attacks. We're not to cast aspersions at people. I think it's wildly inappropriate to call the task force a sham and make those sort of comments. So going forward, if you do that, I'm going to tell you to stop. Okay. I think we can all be adults. We can all be responsible. Please don't do that. Okay. Mr. First Selectman, I know you won't do that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, members of the RTM and guests. I speak in strong favor again of this rink. I'll briefly summarize. The Board of Selectmen unanimously passed this. You saw a unanimous vote at the Planning and Zoning. The task force, which came on the backs of the rink task force, rink committee that was established for a couple of years, had 38 public meetings, 2 public hearings, and everything is on the website. There has not been a more transparent and more vetted project in the last 50 years than this rink. And it's not just the rink, as the last speaker talked about. It is a brand new baseball field, the South Straza Memorial Field, and an enhanced Memorial Grove, which is way overdue. And the rink which was established in 1972. We started debating this in 1975 about what to do. Are we going to do it piecemeal, which we ended up doing, rebuild in place, or go somewhere else? We looked at this task force looked at every single possibility, and my hat's off to them. They did a great job. It's time. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Okay. You got away with a fast one because the clock wasn't on, but I was watching you, All right. So Gabriella Feinstein to be followed by Karen Fasliotis to be followed by Steph Cowie. So if everybody wants to sort of, is Miss Feinstein here? Yes, no? Okay. If Miss Feinstein arrives, we'll circle back to her. Karen Fasliotis to be followed by Steph Cowie to be followed by Alex Pop. So Fasliotis, Cowie, Pop. Minutes on the clock, please.
I rise tonight to urge you to reject the municipal improvement status for the Hamill rink flip. Let me be clear, this is not a vote against hockey, skating, or recreation. Most agree that Hamill rink needs to be replaced. The question is whether this is the right project in the right place. When this body voted to adopt the Plan of Conservation and Development, you made a promise to residents. You promised that growth and development would be guided by thoughtful planning. You promised to protect open space. You promised to preserve neighborhood character, and you promised to look for solutions that minimize environmental impacts. So what does it say when instead of rebuilding a rink where a rink already exists, we move it into the middle of a public park and risk the health of a memorial grove that honors those who gave their lives for our freedoms? What does it say when we replace open green space with the larger building, more pavement, retaining walls, and a significant site disturbance? And what does it say when we set aside the very planning principles you have told the residents and applicants must follow. The easiest thing tonight would be to say, well, everyone wants a new rink, let's move it forward. But that's not the job of the RTM. Your job is to ask whether this project is consistent with the values and planning principles that Greenwich has adopted for itself. If the town's own plan of conservation and development does not matter when a project is difficult, controversial, or expensive, then when does it matter? Once we establish that public parkland can be converted because it's convenient, we create a precedent that will not be limited to Hamel Rink. The choice before you is not between a new rink or no rink. The choice is between approving a proposal that conflicts with important conservation and planning goals or sending it back and demanding a better solution, one that meets our town's recreational needs.
Thank you. All right. Steph Cowie we have a lot of speakers. If you guys don't move it off, we will be here. I do not want to win the award at 3:02 in the morning, okay?
End the sentence.
No. Karen, Steph Cowie, Alex Pop, to be followed by Neil Rich.
Go rise up.
Yeah.
Like I'm not even here. Sorry. Want to get comfortable. Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. And our moderator, I'm Steph Cowie, a member of the Hamel Rink Task Force and D8 RTM. Tonight, I ask you to approve the MI for the new rink in Eugene Morlot Park enhancements. In recommending the site, the task force factored the need for MI from P&Z. Peter Lowe, a P&Z commissioner, was on our committee. With his knowledge, all considered sites were benchmarked and evaluated. The site is about the entire park property, inclusive of all components. There has been extensive outreach and public hearings throughout the task force and P&Z meetings, meeting with all rink users, the RTM, the BNA, and Byram's neighbors and all community leaders. We received hundreds of letters in support of this site. There will be more P&Z public hearings should MI be approved. The RTM approved plan of conservation and development was a dominant factor in the task force evaluation of the sites that bring us back to Eugene Morlot Park. P&Z unanimously approved the MI submission and advancing the preliminary site plan. The MI approval is based on no new use. This was a cobbled together site. Now is the first time holistically design Eugene Morlot Park that will be truly accessible to people of all abilities and ages, creating per POCD guiding principle 1 an even greater sense of place. Upon completion, the new rink will significantly improve with a modern facility that will serve us for the next 50 years and an enhanced park environment with recreation and community character. This project is about finally delivering a safe, modern gathering place for our children, families, veterans, athletes, and residents of all abilities in Byram and across Greenwich, and showing that every part of town matters and deserves investment. Please approve MI tonight, and thank you all so very much. And whoever answers that phone, did you get a good call?
Thank you. Okay, Alex Pop, to be followed by Neil Rich, to be followed by Seth Bacon.
Good evening, Alex Pop from Byram, District 4. When the task force first formed a year ago, they were charged with selecting the best site. And then eventually, as it was said, that the scope changed to redesigning an entire park. It's very interesting that there's only one of, I think, 9 members that has any land use experience. There's only one on that task force. And this individual had over 40 years experience. And this person laid out Cascade Park and probably maybe worked in some of your home residents. And this individual was the only one that voted against it. Again, so there's only one person on that task force that had land use experience. Now, last year, the task force was advised by Planning and Zoning simple task of garnishing neighborhood input from the nearby residents, Putnam Green, McKinley Terrace. They could just walk up to there's a picnic table just above Straza Field. McKinley Terrace residents are out there every day. And last March, they wrote a letter to planning and zoning where they said, we are against this proposed plan. It would adversely affect our quality of life. So what does Byram get out of this maybe $50 million, $60 million project? We get an access road that's going to split the park in half. We're going to get a repositioned Straza Field. It's not going to be regulation size. It's going to be significantly undersized. Home run balls are going to be landing in the parking lot, or more importantly, they're going to be landing in the crown of the Memorial Grove trees. And those trees are supposed to be protected forever. There has to be perimeter fences around that park. And they said they're going to be temporary, but they'll have to be permanent.
Thank you. Okay, Neil Rich, Seth Bacon, and Jocelyn Laddick.
Thank you. My name is Neil Rich. I'm a resident and hockey coach here in town, and I have been for the last 10 years. And I just want to put a couple thoughts. I'm sorry? Mic's not close enough? Is that better? Okay. My name's Neil Rich. I'm a resident and hockey coach in town, and I just want to put a couple thoughts in our heads before we vote yes on this. One, government of the people is for the people, and this plan does no harm to the community. It only benefits it, turning a location into a destination that is on par of representing Greenwich, Connecticut. And then it's about the kids. It's not about Byram. It's not about any of us in this room individually. It's about the children, their grandchildren, and what we can provide for them. And then I'll leave you with a quote as well from Butch Cassidy. Boy, I got vision, and the whole world's wearing bifocals. Thank you.
Okay. Seth Bacon, to be followed by Jocelyn Laddick and Donna Gaudioso-Zil.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening. I'm here to express my support for MI status for the Dorothy Hamill Rink. I believe it's time to move this project forward. You're going to hear a lot of comments tonight against this item. Many of them won't actually be about the MI itself. They're going to be about budgets, missed meetings, baseball fields, swimming pools, and 2 rinks for the price of 1. Even last year's vote about the MI wasn't actually about the MI. It was about sending a message about, quote, bad process. Yet we keep arriving at the same place. At some point, we have to ask ourselves, are we actually being gaslit? Is this us being worn down by bad process? Is this a bait and switch? Or have we arrived here at the same conclusion because this is the best plan? It's the right plan. I believe that's the case. Any proposal can be picked apart. No plan is perfect, but perfection is not the standard. That's impossible. The standard is whether this is the right plan and the best plan, and if that plan deserves MI status. I believe it is, and it does. Someone at a meeting a couple weeks ago told me that my point of view is just one person's opinion. I disagree. This isn't my opinion. This project has been recommended by the Rink Task Force, received unanimous support from the Board of Selectmen and BT. Planning and Zoning already granted this MI status. The RTM approved the budget. PTAs, youth sports organizations, and hundreds of residents have voiced their support. I respect those who disagree, sincerely. I think their concerns are genuine, and I take them at their word when they say they support the rink, just not this rink. And they have every right to be heard. That's exactly how our process is supposed to work. But we've heard these arguments time and time again. And after years of discussion, review, and debate, there comes a time when a decision must be made. Tonight is about the MI, and on that basis, this proposal clearly meets the test. I respectfully ask that you vote in favor of this item and allow this project to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jocelyn Laddick here? Okay. If she comes in, we'll circle back. Donna Gaudioso-Zil to be followed. Oh, you found her online? Is Donna, oh, she's online. Okay. Yep. To be followed by Guy Mirabello. Yeah, you can go.
Hi, I'm speaking to you from home tonight in favor of this MI support. I think many of us agree that it's been long overdue. We've asked for it. We asked them to form a task force. They did it. They came back with a plan. Planning and Zoning approved this. Okay. As the coach said before me, we are a government of the people. The people, the majority of people have been very strong in supporting the rink and the MI. As you have seen in your emails the last month, based on our vote last month, and based on most of the committees tonight. I ask you to please support this MI tonight, and let's get this done. Thank you.
You, Guy Mirabello to be followed by Ryan Almond. Is Mr. Mirabello here? No? Okay, we'll take a pass. Ryan Almond and I think your dad are coming down. Javier, you want to come down? You guys, you want to come down the center aisle? You can go. So Ryan Almond, Javier Almond to be followed by Joe Rothenberg.
Good evening, members of the RTM. Thank you for approving the money to build the rink in last month's vote. I think we should approve the rink. Like, why half approve something instead of getting it done? The rinks help me play hockey, learn to skate, and make friends. It's important to me and a lot of other kids and families in town. I think the rink is one of the most liked places in Byram and maybe even Greenwich. But this project is more than just a rink. It'll also make the park better. I live in Byram, and right now the park is not as good as it could be. The playground could be better, and there's no place to get food or snacks. This project moves forward, we can get a better playground, a park that more people will want to use, and maybe even get a concession stand. I was a goalie for the Greenwich Cardinals. Being a goalie taught me a lot about teamwork. Goalie can't do everything alone. I had to trust my defense to clear pucks, block shots, and help me protect the net. My teammates had to trust me too. That's how a team works. Everyone has a job and everyone has to work together. I think this rink project is kind of like that. A lot of people have worked hard to get this far. Now we need the RTM to be part of their team and help protect this project. Please approve the rink and help it get done the right way. Thank you.
Javier Almond to be followed by Joe Rothenberg.
Good evening, members of the RTM. I'm speaking in support of approving the municipal improvement referral for the Dorothy Hamill Rink and Morlow Park project. The current rink needs to be replaced. That is not really in dispute. Morlow Park has been the home of this public facility for decades, and the town has spent years studying how to move this project forward. Some have argued that any change to Morlow Park is automatically a loss for Byram. As a Byram resident, I disagree. Byram should not be asked to live with an outdated rink and an underperforming park forever. This project also serves everyone in Greenwich who uses the park, the baseball field, and the rink. The question tonight is whether to keep moving forward with the real public project in front of us or send it backwards into another round of delay. That delay could take years, and those are years the current rink may not have. Some have suggested building in place using a temporary rink or looking for a public-private rink somewhere else. Those ideas may sound simple, but they come with serious problems. Building in place risks construction complications, added cost, a compromised design, and the loss of reliable ice time. A temporary rink is expensive and would severely compromise our skating programs. A public-private rink is speculative and should not be used to stop a public project that has already gone through years of review. And I'd like to add that nothing would change the character and violate the POCD more than removing the rink from a park where it's lived for 50+ years. The town can require a construction logistics plan, coordinate with Western Middle School, manage truck routes and hours, and use modern shielded lighting, improve landscaping and buffers, and continue refining the site plan. Rejecting this MI would not solve any issues. It would only delay the rink again. Byram deserves this investment, and Greenwich residents who use Morlow Park, the baseball field, and the rink deserve a modern, reliable facility and a park that works better for everyone. I respectfully ask the RTM to approve the MI referral. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Rothenberg to be followed by Jeff Hendrick and then David Wald.
Hi. I'm a board member of Cardinals Youth Hockey. I have 3 kids. We've all been talking about this project for a long time. I just want to say 2 things tonight about POCD and MI. First, this project is exactly the kind of improvement that the POCD is intended to produce. Some opponents of this project have long treated the POCD as though it's meant to prevent change, but the POCD is not about stopping progress. It's about guiding it. The very first guiding principle of the POCD, preserving community character and sense of place, is, and I quote from the POCD, not intended to prohibit change, but rather to enable Greenwich to make improvements that protect, preserve, and enhance character elements and that add to our sense of place. Second, as we've all seen over the past year and change, this project enjoys incredibly strong and broad support. Local PTAs, hockey organizations, baseball organizations, GHS Athletics, the Byram Archibald Neighborhood Center, and many others, including representatives from organizations ranging from the Byram Vets to the Banksville Community House, all publicly support this project. For what it's worth, District 4 at its meeting overwhelmingly voted to approve the budget and did not hold a vote on the MI. I'm not bringing that up just to brag again about how much support this project has. It matters when we're talking about POCD. Those are the very people the POCD is meant to protect. This conversation isn't abstract. It's about our town and the people who live here. The POCD talks about community character, and that's community character. The town asked for a better process, and we got it. We asked for a better project, and we got that too. I urge you to please approve MI status for this project, and I thank you again for your time and your consideration.
Jeff Hendrick, to be followed by David Wald, and after Mr. Wald, it'll be James Michael.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Hendrick, and I'm the father of Dylan, a peewee with the Greenwich Cardinals youth hockey program. He's one of the many children who call the Dorothy Hamill rink home. The rink they skate in today is 55 years old. It's outdated, it's undersized, dirty, unsafe, not ADA compliant. Our children deserve better. This project has been studied for years. Work's been done, and the experts have spoken. Planning and zoning unanimously found consent with the POCD. The process has been followed. My son doesn't care about POCD. He doesn't care about politics. He just wants a safe place to play hockey in his hometown. Frankly, that's what all the children in Greenwich deserve. We've asked our children to be patient, and they've waited long enough. Leadership isn't measured by how long you can delay a decision. It's measured by having courage to make one. Tonight, I ask you to honor the work that's been done, trust the process, and move this project forward. Please vote yes on municipal improvement.
Thank you. David Wald, to be followed by our final speaker on the item, Jim Michaels.
Good evening, and RTM. I would like to point out that MI last year in 2024, voted down in 2025, was presented by 4 representatives. This referral has been referred to you by 4 times or maybe 5 times the number of citizens in town. I would like to also point out that the MI that was rejected last year was a $24 million project and involved maybe half of the park as it's such. Nobody is going to deprive the kids of a skating rink. I would suggest that you go back and you look at the MI from 2024. You add on a temporary rink, which will give all the children in town a full-size rink, maybe even from this fall onwards. And instead of doing a $41 million, which has been indicated going to go up to 50, and access road, which has not been in the budget up to now. I would like to address the one issue that's been pointed out many times, and I'm a member of the Byram Vets, and I'm a member of the 9th District, and I was one who discovered that the town planned to build partly into the Memorial Grove. We were promised that the Memorial Grove would be there, and in the odd shape it is today because of the parking lot had to be there. If we are now removing the parking lot, let's give all the 13 trees the drip line, the space that they need to grow, and not cut the Korean War veterans tree down. So I ask you all to have the 41 million in mind. Can we do the best possible job for the Byram neighborhood? I don't see that 100% redoing the developed area of the park is any compliance with POCD. I go back and say, make a new rink. Thank you.
Jim Michael is our final speaker on this.
I think technically I get 5 minutes, but
You do get 5
I
minutes.
will,
Dan, switch it to 5.
James Michael, Commissioner of Public Works. First, I want to thank everyone for the overwhelming support we've heard and the strong vote to fully fund the project last month. DPW staff have worked closely with the Department of Parks and Rec, the Selectman's Office, and most importantly, the Hamel Rink Task Force, and finally the public over the last year and a half to make revisions to the plan that address numerous concerns we have all heard. We will continue to seek input of the public through the final design process over the next several months and plan to break ground on this project sometime in 2027. I do want to remind you, your vote tonight is a yes or no on the municipal improvement, which then allows the project to move forward. So a yes vote means you want the project to move forward. So we hope that we've received the continued support and you vote yes tonight. Thank you for your time.
Okay. So that concludes our debate on item 31. I believe we're ready for a vote. So Craig, could you prepare the vote for item 31? Item 31 is approve the municipal improvement for PLPZ 2026-00044, which is the Dorothy Hamel Rink. If you are in favor of approving this municipal improvement, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. Everyone understand what they're voting for? Okay. Craig, could you open the vote, please? Okay, has everybody voted who wants to vote on this item? No issues before I close the vote? You're all huddled around. What is the problem? Are you in? Okay, has everyone voted who wants to vote now? Okay, we're going to close the vote. Craig, could you please close the vote? Okay, the vote on item 31, which is the municipal improvement for Dorothy Hamel Rink. Those in favor, 159, opposed 32, abstaining 13. That item has carried. Craig, could you please show the vote? Okay. We now have item 32, which is a gift of the George H.W. Bush statue. That is going to be a substitute resolution that is being offered on behalf of, I'm assuming, the Selectman's Office. Is Kate Bush here? Who's offering that resolution, the substitute resolution? Who's offering the substitute resolution? Okay. So, right, you can.
The emails.
It's like team teaching. Okay. Okay, why don't you read?
Be it resolved that the RTM accept the gift from Mr. France of a statue honoring the life and legacy of former President George H.W. Bush, and be it further resolved that the RTM authorizes the first selectman to execute the proposed agreement required to accept said gift.
Is there a? All right, I think there's a difference in the substitute resolution that you have and that I have. So I have a whereas and now therefore be it resolved and a
Oh, okay. I didn't-
be it further resolved. So
All right, we'll do that again. Fran- Whereas L. Scott France wishes to make a gift to the town of Greenwich of a statue honoring the life and legacy of former President George H.W. Bush, which is valued at $100,000 to be placed at 290 Greenwich Avenue in the existing circle of the front walkway of the front entrance of the Havemeyer Building, and the other two parts I read already.
okay, let me just read it into the record. Now therefore be it resolved that the RTM accepts the gift from Mr. Franz of a statue honoring the life and legacy of former President George H.W. Bush, and be it further resolved that the RTM authorizes the first selectman to execute the proposed agreement and agreement required to accept said gift. Okay, so that is the substitute resolution that is being offered. They own the item until I accept it, so they are free to offer that substitute resolution. Is there a second? The item has been moved and seconded and is now before us. So now we are dealing with the substitute resolution. Mr. Waters, Chair of our Budget Overview Committee.
Okay. Good evening. BOC, in fact, did consider this substitute resolution. We voted 12-0-0 to amend originally, but I think that we did actually consider it as Ms. Raven read out. We heard from Mr. Camillo that the amended resolution was created to address concerns that had been shared regarding the lack of a donor agreement and language regarding, quote, other donors. Mr. Camillo explained the statue is being built in Florida and will cost $65,000 to build and roughly $8,000 to install. He also explained a maintenance fund is part of the donation, but the actual maintenance will be a town responsibility. He said the location of the statue will be at the Havemeyer Building in a location approved by P&Z. BOC, as I said, first took up the substitute resolution provided by the town administrator. Those key changes in that substitute from the original resolution as listed on the call were cutting the total value of the statue from $200,000 to $100,000, making the gift a statue as opposed to a specific cash gift, and removing any references to other donors. On the substitute resolution, BOC voted 9-1. District 2 and 6 voted no, and District 11 abstained. Members voting no stated they were in favor of the statue, but didn't feel comfortable voting for the item given the location in front of the Havemeyer Building. With the town actively in the process of considering other uses for the Havemeyer Building, they felt it was premature to decide to place a statue there. I'll note that these members only cited their opposition and this rationale after the vote was taken, rather than including these points in BOC's discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So I did forget to mention, we do have somebody who is voting from afar. It is 4:29 in Norway right now, AM, and I'm happy to report that Steve Waters is an active participant in Cloud Vote Zoomland. He does, the only reason I say that is because Kim Blank, is Kim here? Used to have the record when she voted from Easter Island a while ago. So this could appear on a quiz question in the future. So I thank Steve Waters for voting from Norway, who has upended his District 7 colleague, Kim, who previously voted from Easter Island. So District 7 gets around. All right, so who's going next? Scott Kalb with our Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator and fellow RTM colleagues. The Finance Committee did join the joint meeting on this item with the Education, Legislative and Rules, Public Works and Land Use Committees. We heard a presentation by the First Selectman, and we also participated in Q&A. I won't go over all of the terms that were outlined by our colleague James Waters, Chair of the BOC. I'll just note that the statue would be fully funded and that a reserve has been established for its maintenance would it be passed. Let me just get to the discussion that we had in our committee. We had many community members that supported the statue. They noted that President Bush served his country with distinction and integrity as a naval aviator in World War II, as ambassador to China, as director of the CIA, and ultimately as president of the United States, and that Greenwich should be glad to honor any resident with such a resume. Some members felt that opponents to the statue were politicizing the issue. One member noted that this could be a good opportunity to celebrate bipartisanship, as Bush famously worked closely with both Democrats and Republicans. Finally, some felt the location of the statue near other Greenwich war heroes was appropriate, given that Bush was a war hero. On the other side, in opposition, we had some members that voiced concern about the location of the statue, noting that they felt it was appropriate to erect a statue for Bush as a past president and civic leader, but perhaps it might be better to put such a statue in a different location, like Town Hall or one of the other parks. Another member felt we should not be adding another statue to the proposed area, concerned about disrupting the greenery and trees in this space, and some also noted that it's not clear what's going to be happening with the Havemeyer building going forward. One member did object to accusations of political bias on the part of those against those who oppose the statue, noting that we should be respectful and not denigrate the opinions of any RTM member that has a differing viewpoint. Some members expressed doubts about the process that was followed and whether the statue went through the proper channels for an art project on public property. All in all, at the end of the day, after the conclusion of our discussion, our committee voted in favor of the statue 9-1. We did not take up the notion of postponing this item indefinitely, preferring that the item be voted up or down by the RTM at tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Steve Rubin, Education Committee.
Well, how fortunate am I? I keep getting one of the later ones, and rather than being redundant, I'll skip right to our committee meeting. At our committee meeting, we voted just the opposite of the others. We voted 0, 10, 2 against the statue. I want to preface something. This was not a vote against George Bush. He was a wonderful president, a war hero. I was fortunate enough to vote for him, to live during his presidency. He was inclusive. He was bipartisan in many of the things he did. He enacted so many things in legislation that were wonderful. He wanted a nicer, gentler country. I think the only negative thing I ever heard him say was that he disliked broccoli. I mean, so our no votes were not against having a statue. They weren't against George Bush. They were against primarily against the location. One person voted no because she felt she didn't want any kind of political statue, but the majority of the people felt that with the Havemeyer building, potential construction and something happening with that in the future, it just didn't make sense. We, as a result, did the vote that I said. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Harris, Chair of our Land Use Committee.
Hello. So after the joint meeting, land use
decided to take a vote with very little discussion, again, due to the short nature of, or the time constraints that the committee was under. Land use voted 8-4-0 to approve the item, with D1, D2, D3, and D4 voting no. The concerns were D2 was concerned that the proposed location and the perceived political nature of the gift could affect the future use and the value of the Havemeyer building. D3 had concerns about the location, saying that the World War I, the obelisk, the Vietnam memorials are all, and all of them in the immediate vicinity are for servicemen that were killed in action. And D4 felt that a statue of that subject in that location felt political, which she felt to be inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Kip Bergweger, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
Legislative and Rules had the substitute resolution before us, and we were working from that. At our separate meeting. But when we were looking at the proposal, we were concerned were raised about whether the public art policy had been complied with, whether the Board of Education had approved the statue's location on school property, why the terms of the memorandum of understanding were not incorporated by reference into the resolution. So legislative rules proposed to amend parts of the substitute resolution that Kate Bush, the town administrator, had provided to us. And those parts would have been, rather than saying that it was a $100,000, we provided that there was a statute honoring the President George H.W. Bush, together with transportation, installation, plaque, and related costs, valued up to $100,000. And then we would propose that, amending it to say that the RTM authorizes the first selectman to execute the agreement required to accept the gift. And then we approved the amendment 901. We voted on legal order as amended 631. No votes from districts 4, 7, and 9, and abstaining by District 5. Our vote on the merits, however, was 4-6-0. No votes from districts 1, 4, 5, 7, 9, and 12.
Thank you, Mr. Bergweger. Myra Klockenbrink, Chair of our Parks and Recreation Committee.
Because the Parks and Rec Committee meets on Tuesday, we did not take part with the joint meeting. And so just took up the substitute, BOC substitute resolution unanimously 12-0-0. And there was extended discussion regarding the siting of the statue at 290 Greenwich Avenue. The overall consensus was that the location was not ideal, but in the end, the sense is that if the statue was rejected until the future use of the Havemeyer building was determined, the donor would withdraw his offer. As a consequence, the vote was 9-3-0. District 8, 10, and 12 found the site disqualifying. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moss, I know that you have a district report for this. Cheryl Moss, Chair of District 8.
You want me to give our motion?
Why don't you lead with your district report and then you can do your motion.
Okay, because the report is on the motion though.
Right, so you can give your report and then we'll go into the motion.
Okay.
You'll announce that you do the motion.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Moderator, fellow members of the RTM and guests. I rise tonight on behalf of District 8 to move that we, so this is why I'm like, this is my report is to move to postpone indefinitely. Is that all right to do it this way? Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, and so then my whole report can be done after that? Like at the. I'd like to do the motion first. Because it makes more sense. My report makes more sense then.
Okay, fine. So we've heard all the committee reports. District 8 would like to offer a motion to postpone this item indefinitely. You can offer your motion. It will not require a second because it is coming on behalf of a district. And then we will begin the debate. So offer your motion.
Okay, thank you. The District 8 met to, and we discussed this item in detail. And so we voted and agreed unanimously 23-0-0 to postpone this item indefinitely.
Okay. Again, that being offered on behalf of the district does not require a second, and it's now before us. We can have debate. You will be awarded up to 5 minutes to give your presentation on why this should be postponed indefinitely.
All right. I rise tonight on behalf of District 8 to move that we postpone indefinitely the decision regarding the proposed George H.W. Bush statue on the Havemeyer lawn. And I ask that you grant this motion your serious and careful consideration. Let me say at the outset what this motion is not about. It is not about the legacy of George Bush. The members of District 8 have great respect for his service to this country as a Navy pilot, diplomat, director of the CIA, vice president, and as the 41st president. He was a man of genuine distinction and a war hero, and no one in this chamber disputes that. Suggestions that this motion is an insult to President Bush and his family and all veterans is a statement of pure hyperbole and couldn't be further from the truth. But honoring a man well is not the same as placing a statue anywhere, at any time, in any manner. And it is on these questions, the where, the how, and whether the process was followed, that District 8 has deep and substantive concerns. First, the location. The proposed site is the Havemeyer lawn directly in front of the current Board of Ed building. When our district examined this proposal, a clear consensus emerged. Members broadly support honoring President Bush, but they strongly object to this particular location. Why? Because placing a permanent statue on the Havemeyer lawn raises serious questions about the long-term use of that site. A permanent installation of this nature could limit future redevelopment, constrain the functional and aesthetic options for the property, and might ultimately be seen as an impediment rather than an asset. The site may not align well aesthetically or functionally with the commemorative purpose of this weight and permanence. Until a plan has been formed for the Havemeyer building, no permanent structures or artwork should be placed on the lawn, and especially not in a prominent position. Critically, this location was not chosen through a deliberative, community-driven process. The HDC first rejected the site on the World War I memorial obelisk and suggested the Havemeyer lawn. P&Z then rejected citing the statue next to the other monuments along the street, with one issue being the memorials are for fallen heroes. The decision to place the statue in the circle in front of the entrance to the Havemeyer building was a last resort. It was in this final P&Z meeting where the latest site plan was publicly introduced and was voted on. One P&Z member twice stated that while he understood their charge was to vote on a site plan, he felt other locations around town were more suitable. In a previous meeting, the same commissioner who suggested the front circle had suggested town hall. So we find ourselves here almost by a process of elimination rather than by thoughtful selection. Additionally, the Board of Ed building and lawn are central to the proposal, and they have not been meaningfully consulted. These reasons alone would warrant the motion to postpone indefinitely, because this is not how the decision of this magnitude should unfold. Second, process and policy. Greenwich has a public arts policy. Yes, we do. That policy formally involves a Cultural Arts Advisory Committee, which is charged with vetting public art gifts and location decision. This is not a formality. It is a safeguard designed to ensure that gifts of public art serve the community well and are placed thoughtfully. This committee has never convened to review this or any other proposal. It has never met to consider whether the statue in this location reflects the best interests and values of the town of Greenwich. Instead, we are told that the first selectman exercises discretionary authority to accept gifts of this kind without consultation with advisory committees or affected departments. That may be technically permissible, but the existence of a power is not the same as the wisdom of exercising it, particularly for a permanent installation that will stand in a public space for generations. The appropriate bodies have not been engaged, the appropriate process has not been followed, and this RTM should not ratify a gift that bypassed the very structures put in place to govern exactly these decisions. The people of Greenwich deserve better than that, and so does President Bush's legacy. District 8 is not asking this body to oppose a statue honoring George Bush. We are asking this body to pump the brakes, to allow the process to work as it was designed to work. Postponing indefinitely gives the town the time and space to allow the Cultural Arts Advisory Committee to convene and properly review the proposal as required by our own public arts policy. Engage the Board of Ed and other affected stakeholders in a genuine and meaningful way. Conduct adequate public outreach and community involvement in selecting an appropriate location. Explore alternative sites that may serve the commemorative purpose with broader community support. Arrive at a resolution that is mutual, dignified, and durable, rather than one that has been rushed through over the objections of residents who were never truly asked. A motion to postpone indefinitely does not close the door, it opens it properly this time. We're talking about a permanent installation in a public space. Permanence demands deliberation.
Time.
Urge members to support this.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we have a couple people. First Selectman Camillo, you will go last as the sponsor of this item, as it were. Yes. Yes.
D3, I thought it was good to put it in there, also echo the same motion as mentioning that.
If you want to give a 2-minute summary of, okay, why don't you come up and make it 10 seconds then?
My 10 seconds. D3 also took up the motion and by unanimous consent agreed with the motion to postpone indefinitely. And basically a lot of the same reasons that Cheryl had mentioned.
Okay. Okay. So a motion to postpone indefinitely is effectively a motion to kill an item. And the unique quality of this is that when you are debating it, you are able to discuss the merits of the item. When we get to another motion that's coming up later in the evening, which is a motion to postpone to a definite time, you may not discuss the merits. So for those of you who have signed up to discuss this item, you can wade into the merits. It's not just why it should or should not be, postponed. You can discuss the merits. So with that, we have Jenny Krob from District 8. Dan, everybody gets 2 minutes, except for First Selectman Camillo when he eventually gets here.
Madam Moderator, fellow members and guests, I rise to ask you to support the District 8 motion to postpone this item indefinitely while the fate of Havmeyer is being determined. In accepting this gift, we are also committing the use of specific downtown real estate in perpetuity for its siting. The town intends to lease the Havmeyer property on a long-term basis for a diverse range of potential uses. Ideally, this will include revenue opportunities sufficient to offset the cost of a relocated Board of Education. The ultimate use of this prime town property is as yet unknown. It makes no sense to erect a new memorial directly in front of the main entrance to a building which is on the market. Not only does this affect its flexibility of use for prospective lessees, but we don't know if the property's ultimate use will be the setting we'd hope to provide for a memorial to a U.S. president. There was no public hearing related to the proposed siting. Public comment was allowed at HDC and Planning and Zoning, but only comments within the scope of their reviews could be considered. P&Z's review was focused on zoning and did not evaluate the proposed siting relative to the POCD and the future vision for the downtown. When commissioners mentioned sites they felt were better suited, their feedback was rejected. Our existing townwide monuments to veterans stand near the town halls of their day. Our current town hall features plaques which honor the veterans memorialized at all of those earlier monuments. Houston's monument to Mr. Bush is in a park. There's no insult or disrespect to anyone in an RTM discussion about town property. It's town business. This is a decision that affects all of us and will outlive all of us.
Time. Okay, Molly Salibi, also of District 8. To be followed by Akash Patel. Do you want this one or no? Okay.
Can you hear me? Because I've been having trouble hearing people tonight. Okay. Molly Salibi, D8. Our motion offers a way out for those having to vote no but don't want to because they oppose Havemeyer. My dilemma. The first selectman knows my wish he return with another spot. I suggest Town Hall, mentioned by the public a lot, and P&Z, whose role is site plan, not location, but said so anyway. At our seat of government, we can honor a hometowner who reached the pinnacle of U.S. government and whose father served locally as RTM moderator for 15 years. 41's military record is just one part of his extraordinary achievements, which are intertwined. Or a redesigned Roger Sherman, a prime waterfront park where a statue can be in the plans at the start and be situated to be seen from land and sea, fitting for a Navy guy. Reasons against Havemeyer that so many share. Perhaps monuments should be only for those who died in combat. Maybe there are enough. The building's future is unknown. The statue competes with the entrance and prominent Romanesque arch. The Havemeyer building is a historical landmark on the National Register. And to underscore, it's not good business practice to touch this property until its future, much discussed, is decided. Moreover, I believe President Bush deserves better. The building and its environs are in disrepair. There is peeling paint. Steps to the front circle where the statue would be are broken. There are large sidewalk cracks and a chipped flagstone landing. P&Z rejected it going next to the memorials at the brand new, nice-looking ADA part of his legacy, Sidewalk's Edge. Statue location has been a focal point. The president's alma mater, GCDS, was approached. The HDC didn't like the obelisk area. P&Z didn't like the first sighting. We are asked to vote on a compromise and not a good one. Location for our 9/11 memorial, and all know exactly where it is, was a process. I will.
Time. Okay. Akash, are you passing? Okay. Sam Rosenfeld, what are you doing? You're speaking. Okay, to be followed by Scott Kalb.
Thank you very much. Throughout his life, whenever George H.W. Bush was asked about his military service, he rejected self-promotion and redirected attention towards those who gave their lives to protect our freedoms. In September 1944, then 20-year-old Bush wrote a letter to his mother about his service saying, quote, "You must not overemphasize the hero part. The real heroes were the ones who didn't come back." His White House speechwriters and his biographers recounted him saying, quote, "The word hero belongs to those who gave their lives." When asked why he wouldn't boast about his military service during his presidential campaign in 1987, he stated, quote, "I don't know, it's cultural. I was brought up that you don't brag about yourself." That cultural upbringing Bush was referring to is how he was raised here in Greenwich. As the proud grandson of a World War II pilot, I urge you to vote to postpone this item indefinitely. The proposal at Havemeyer elevates George H.W. Bush, proudly sporting a bomber jacket directly in the middle of multiple memorials solemnly dedicated to hundreds of Greenwich residents who perished in combat, including World War II. We must honor that he always redirected claims of heroism towards those who made the ultimate sacrifice. If we are to build a monument to George H.W. Bush, I believe it would be better placed in front of Town Hall, commemorating his public service as president, and quote his 1989 inaugural address with his inspiring words. There is but one just use of power to serve the people. Thank you.
Okay. Scott Calb, to be followed by Lucy Von Brockel.
Hi, I'll make this brief. I actually disagree with the motion to postpone indefinitely, not because I think that it's invalid for people to object to the location of the statue, which is a perfectly reasonable thought, or that people may object to the process that was followed and feel that we didn't have proper input. No, I think it's because our job is to vote dispositively here and to vote this up if you agree with the statue and where it's going to be placed, or vote no if you disagree. But when you vote to postpone indefinitely, you're sending a different kind of a message. You're actually voting to sort of kill an item. And that's not consistent with this view that we weren't actually part of the process and that we didn't have a chance to also see that it went through the proper channels. So if you feel like you'd like to see this in a different location, or you want it to come back or have a different process, vote no. If you like that statue where it is and what it's about, vote yes. That's my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Lucy Von Brockel. Mr. Leonard, are you speaking on this, or are you just stretching your legs over there? Yes. Okay. Somebody left their glasses at the podium. If you're missing glasses, they're there.
All right. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Greenwich has typically acquired important public art with an emphasis on both the public and the art. For the bicentennial, the Arts Council assembled an exhibition of outdoor art featuring masters like de Kooning, Calder, Serra, Oldenburg, and others. Artists came to choose their own sites. Residents were surveyed to decide what to keep, and the council donated the Lila Katzen and Roger Sherman Baldwin Park and the George Siegel and Bruce Park to the town. In 1989, more than 200 residents donated to the council for the commission of Deborah Butterfield's Horses in Bruce Park, a strong show of support. A panel of art patrons selected that artist. The 9/11 Memorial in Cos Cob was shepherded by a nonprofit also that raised funds, did significant public outreach, and worked with the families of the victims. The bowling statue was sculpted by Greenwich resident E.C. Potter, the artist behind the lions guarding the New York Public and Morgan libraries. It's one of his last and finest works. A permanent memorial to a president and a veteran raised in Greenwich should be something to celebrate and invite the community into. If the First Selectman's public art policy had been followed, experts from the Bruce Museum, the Arts Council, and the Historical Society would have been involved. The public would have had a role. We would have avoided some of the concerns raised tonight. This gift has the best intentions, but not following the policy has me concerned about whether the end result will be as special as it should be. There was no call for artists. In fact, there is no sculptor. The bronze will be cast from a 3D rendering of a painting pulled from the internet, a Jeffrey Bass portrait used for the cover of John Meacham's biography. Although the town did not initially ask for permission to use Mr. Bass's work, Mr. Bass generously, very generously granted permission and waived his fee. To honor George Bush and the artist's work it will be based on, I believe we should pause and seek guidance from professionals at our art and history organizations. We should—
Time. All right, Mr. Leonard, you have a point of information, apparently.
Following Mr. Rubin's example of 10 seconds, if the moderator could just elaborate that a motion to postpone indefinitely when you say kill, meaning for this meeting's purposes, but that does not preclude it as without prejudice that the issue of a George Bush statue could come back some other time before the RTM, Madam Moderator.
Okay, that was a very, very descriptive point of information. So before I answer that, is everyone who wants to speak on this issue, I know First Selectman Camillo's last, but are any other members signed up to speak? Okay. First Selectman Camillo, you will have your opportunity to rebut. You get up to 5 minutes. Ms. Salibi has found her glasses, and then I will explain what go ahead, a motion to postpone indefinitely effectively means after you're done.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As First Selectman, I think you all know I am not opposed to pulling things back if I think it needs to be looked at again.
When I put together a rink task committee a few years ago, there was a lot of complaints. I thought they did a great job, but we listened. So I pulled it back and we did a task force. And tonight, thank you, you overwhelmingly approved the work that they did. But in this case here, we have followed the process, right? And we went to the Historic District Commission several times. They voted unanimously for this. We listened to their thoughts. Lots of people in the public had the chance to speak. Some did. Then we went to Planning and Zoning, again, unanimous. And for some people say, well, you know, did you look at any other things? Yes, we looked at lots of them, but people keep throwing out Town Hall. President Bush had no connection. He didn't go to that school. It wasn't, he didn't, you know, he went to school in Greenwich, but not that school. But we did look at it. We looked at a lot of things. But why is it in Veterans Plaza Park, which will celebrate its 100th anniversary next year? Because, as you heard, he was the youngest fighter pilot in World War II, and he grew up here in town. He spent the first 18 years of his life here. And not only that, he was shot down, and he lost his two crewmates. They died. He almost died and just eluded capture. I'm sure you've seen the video where a submarine picks him up in the South Pacific. And there's a video, and you could see it's a young, skinny George Bush being pulled up there on the submarine. And he went on to fly 58 combat missions. So forget that he went on to serve as United Nations ambassador, ambassador to China, CIA, or our 41st president. Ask yourselves this. If I was standing before you tonight saying we want to put a statue of a young boy who was 18 years old and was the youngest fighter pilot in World War II and flew 58 combat missions and was shot down, I think it would be a 230 to nothing vote. For people who think, you know, and I've heard some legitimate concerns, and we've answered all of them. We heard from the beginning, well, what about a maintenance thing? Well, I could tell you, I did the Yogi statue 30 years ago. It's been cleaned once in 30 years over at Byram Shore. The Vietnam Memorial statue, that's been done, we think, Deputy Chief Zuccarello and I, we think it was once since that's been in the last several years. But we did put Scott France did put a $10,000 fund in there just in case. I did call Scott and I said, there's some people who say that if when we repurpose the Havemeyer building that, hey, what about these statues? We're not moving the Colonel Bowling statue. We're not moving the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. We're not moving the obelisk in Veterans Plaza Park. That statue won't be moved either. But Mr. France did say, listen, if it became an issue down the road, tell me what it is, and I'll put something in a fund to have it moved too. So that checked that box. Every single box has been checked. To vote to postpone this for what? It doesn't make sense. As Scott Kalb said, if you don't like the statue and you think it's political, which blows my mind when I hear that, then vote no. But if you want to honor a true war hero who grew up here in town, and yes, he did become a president, and we should be proud of that, and he served in a dignified manner, as many of the opponents said tonight. But let's vote this up or down tonight and not postpone it. But if there's ever a person that we think should be in Veterans Plaza Park for all he did as an 18 and 19-year-old soldier and being, number one, the youngest, there's only one of those in World War II and flew 58 combat missions. Let's do this in honor of a great man and a great American. Thank you.
Mr. Wald, you are the only speaker who has not spoken on the motion to postpone. So you would be the only speaker on item 32 if we take a merit up. But if we don't get to that, I'll let you come forward now and speak, because this, if it's killed, you would not have your opportunity to speak. So you'll have 2 minutes to speak on yay or nay with the.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, RTM, for allowing me to speak on this subject. When this was brought up 2 years ago for Veterans Plaza Park at the Triangle, veterans organizations were all for it, and they thought this would be a good idea, but it was voted down by Historical District Commission. It was based on that the veterans could contribute, and and be part of this statue development. And now this application is in the name of one person. It has been moved to somewhere else in Veterans Plaza Park, and I'm very surprised that it's in front of the Board of Ed building, because if you look to the left of the potential location, there is a flagpole. That flagpole on Memorial Day doesn't have a flag on it until we volunteers in the public started raising it and lowering it appropriately on Memorial Day. The same as you have seen over the last few years, the monuments stand naked. The fallen heroes stand naked. There is no wreath, there is no events taking place on Memorial Day in what's supposed to be the Veterans Plaza Park. So I request that before you take a decision on this and find out if there is a Veterans Plaza Park and if it's included in this area, and not part of the Board of Ed property, because I think it's very inappropriate that somebody who survived World War II gets a monument in that park, and there has been no committee. There was a committee in the Civil War, there was a committee for World War I, there was a committee for bowling, and there was a committee for World War II, Korea, and Vietnam monument. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our speakers for the motion to postpone indefinitely. It also double dipped with everybody who had signed up for the actual item 32. And I presume that since you can speak on the merits for the motion to postpone indefinitely, you will not be coming forward again, but I'll ask everybody. All right, so we now have a motion, the District 8 motion to postpone indefinitely. As was explained earlier, a motion to postpone an item indefinitely kills the item, goes away without taking a vote on the merits. It basically just says you're killing it. You're not going to do an up or down vote. If you would like to be able to take an up or down vote on the item, you would vote no for the motion to postpone indefinitely. If you do not want to take a vote on the merits and you want the item to go away, you just want to kill it, you would vote yes. Does everyone understand that? Yes? No? Okay. We'll put this up and then we'll do it again. So the District 8 motion to postpone indefinitely. If you want the item to go away, you want to kill it now, you don't want to take it up anymore, you are voting yes. Okay? If you want an opportunity to vote on the merits of the item, you are voting no. Okay? Okay. Craig, can you open the timer? Thank you. Okay, is everybody voted who wants to vote? Yes? All right, I'm going to close the vote. Craig, could you please close the vote? Okay, I have the results on the District 8 motion to postpone indefinitely. Those in favor, 86. Opposed 104, abstaining 5. That motion has failed. Craig, could you please show the vote? Okay. Now, does anyone else feel that they need to debate the merits? No one else has signed up on that. So we can go straight into a vote, up or down vote. Okay? So if no one is intending to speak on that, I recommend that we do that. Craig, can we just get a vote? So now you would be voting on the merits of the George to accept a gift from Scott Franz to design, construct, install a statue of George H.W. Bush, item 32. If you are in favor, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. Everybody clear? Yes, it's what is on the call. Okay? So the item that you are now voting on, Ms. Cowie. You are not voting on continuing the conversation. You are voting on to accept a gift, and it is to design, construct, and install a statue of George H.W. Bush, and I believe the resolution has provided the location that it is being installed in. Okay, so it's up or down. If you vote yes, you are getting what is on the call, and it is to put it, on, I think it says will be placed at 290, at Havamai or something, right? It will be placed at. Yeah, it says, let's just see where it says. Yeah, I think it says 290 Greenwich Avenue, doesn't it? Yes, it says to be placed at 290 Greenwich Avenue in the existing circle in the front of the walkway to the front entrance of the Havamai building. So that is where you will be placing it. Does everyone understand? Yes. Come on down. It's easier to come down so people online can, you have won on The Price is Right. Exactly. Exactly.
So is it possible to make a motion to debate the location?
No, we are done with that. That was sort of the motion. Well, I mean, I guess you could make a motion to amend the substitute resolution, but I don't know how much success you would have with that, considering nobody's considered, you've had no committees, districts consider something like that right now.
Okay.
I mean, in theory, anything's possible. I don't know how you would do it. So let's just see what, the resolution is very clear, right? So the substitute, and I just want to clarify, this is a substitute resolution as well. So the substitute resolution says to be placed at 290 Greenwich Avenue in the existing circle of the front walkway to the front entrance of the Havamai building, right? And that is sort of the crux of this resolution, right? You heard the arguments as to why people would not want that. If you are not interested in that location, you would likely vote no, get it to go down, and then you would have an opportunity to continue a conversation later. But I don't recommend trying to find a new location with nobody having had any input on that. Okay, is everybody okay? You understand what you're doing? Okay, so what? Okay, so Craig, it should be noted that this is a substitute resolution at this point. I don't know if we can add it to the record. I don't know if we can add the characters in there. Okay, so substitute resolution, accept a gift from Scott Franz to design, construct, and install a statue of George H.W. Bush. And in the substitute resolution, just for clarity, it does indicate to be placed at 290 Greenwich Avenue in the existing circle of the front walkway of the front entrance of the Havemeyer Building. Okay? Everybody got it? Open it up. Okay, I have the results on the substitute resolution to accept the gift. Those for the George H.W. Bush statue at Havemeyer. Those in favor, 81. Opposed, 110. Abstaining, 5. That motion has failed. Craig, can you please show that? Okay. Now, we come to the main event, which is speed cameras, basically. It is 11:20. All right. We're going to power through this. We are going to channel not our inner Knicks, but our inner Red Sox, okay? So we need somebody to introduce that resolution. Oh, are you going to do it, Sergeant Smith? Yay, you're back? Okay. All yours.
Good evening. I'm Sergeant J.D. Smith, Greenwich Police Department, Traffic Section. Good evening, RTM members. The Greenwich Police Department has resolved that the representative town meeting approves the submission of the town's plan concerning the use of automatic traffic enforcement safety devices to the Department of Transportation pursuant to Connecticut General Statute, Section 14307E. In accordance with the town's desire to re-implement its automated speed enforcement camera program, the town's police department has approved a revised safety plan to submit to the Department of Transportation for approval. The plan details the procurement, installation, and the operation of speed enforcement.
Sergeant Smith, all we need to have is the resolution, and then
Okay.
we can take the report afterwards, okay?
Perfect.
Is there a second? Okay, the item has been moved and second is before us. We don't need anything from you yet. Just scoot off to the side. We're going to hear committee reports and a lot of debate afterwards, okay? All right, so, yeah, all right, wait, we're not there yet, okay? So, this is a very, very unusual item to come before the RTM, okay? The RTM does not have any authority over traffic and parking per our charter, okay? We are not empowered to deal with traffic and parking. We have no authority over it. You can, read Article 7 Section 71, it is very clear that the authority for ordinances or laws related to parking and traffic rest with the first selectman, okay? The office, or exercised by the Board of Selectmen, I should say, not the first selectman. So I have been exceptionally disappointed to read emails that say the RTM's authority has been circumvented or undermined in this case. That is false. For those of you who are saying that, you are not reading the charter accurately. Our authority has not been circumvented, sideswiped, nothing. The only thing we have the authority to do this evening, per the general statute, which allows us to contemplate a plan, is are we going to vote to move the plan that is before you forward to the State Department of Transportation? That's it. We cannot modify this plan. We cannot change this plan. What you have on the plan is what you get, and that is all we can vote on. So there are no amendments, there are no referrals. It's very, very unusual, okay? So you need to keep that in mind as you are hearing debate. If people come up here and say, we would like to amend it, we cannot amend this. We now own it. If you don't like it, you would have to vote it down and get them to rework it. And I'll repeat that over and over again, but okay, we have many, many, many speakers signed up. Let's hear the committee reports, then we'll launch into the speakers. So who is going to start? Steve Rubin with the education report.
Well, you know, I'm known for my brevity. This is not going to be one of those. I'm sorry. I'm representing several committees. We had a joint meeting that included not only the Education Committee, but the Finance, the Public Works, Legislative and Rules, Land Use to review this item. Before I go into the report, I want to stress a couple of points because there seems to be a little bit of confusion. This report and any of our reports as chair people represent only the information and the facts that happen during our meetings. They don't represent emails, calls, et cetera, that happen during the week or 2 weeks following the meeting. And I had this discussion earlier today with somebody who was very upset that I wasn't including all the public comments. That's not the purpose of what we do. And to try to keep this report as objective as possible, I want you to know I put the transcript of our meeting, which was an hour and a half for the joint meeting, into AI, and I used 3 different AIs to keep it as objective as I could, to keep any of my opinions out and to give you guys the best representation as you can get. With that being said, we had several presenters and guests at our meeting. Our guests included Chief Jim Heavey of the Greenwich Police Department, Deputy Chief Mark Zuccarello, Traffic Sergeant J.D. Smith, from the Blue Line Solutions, Mark Hutchinson, the CEO, Doug Deal, the COO from Blue Line, Jim Parney, the private equity partner, Joan Lynch, the town controller, Amina Ahmed, the assistant town attorney. Both the GPD and Blue Line were asked to limit their presentations to factual material followed by Q&A. I'm going to make one little note. Blue Line devoted most of its allotted time to background and biography, leaving limited time for substantive facts this body deserves. We then had a robust question and answer session with representatives from all 5 committees participating. We want to ensure the RTM has a precise, factual baseline surrounding this program. Over the course of our joint committee review, we subjected this proposal to intensive cross-examination. I want to stress something because this is another point of confusion. During this meeting, it was only question and answer. There was no debate, there was no discussion, there was no negative, there was no positive conversation during this meeting. We saved all of that. We reserved all of that for the committee meetings that convened after that. Based on the information that was presented in the question and answers and the debate and the information that followed, what's going to follow is a precise factual baseline to ensure that all the 230 members of this body vote on evidence, not misconceptions. First, our school zones are not safe. The Greenwich Police Department has documented 3 pedestrian accidents within the exact corridors under consideration, and the data from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is sobering. A child struck at 40 miles per hour has only a 10% chance of survival. At 20 miles per hour, that child's survival rate rises to 90%. 64% of the child pedestrian fatalities occur on ordinary weekdays, the same days our children walk to school. Physics and speed and survival is not a matter of opinion. Second, there are not punitive speed traps designed to harvest revenues. The camera locations were selected entirely by the Greenwich Police Department, not Blue Line Solutions. The program is engineered for behavior modification, not revenue generation. Since cameras were introduced, violations in the Greenwich school zones have dropped by 92%. As for finances, by state law, any revenue must be deposited into a restricted account, the Triple R account, dedicated solely to transportation safety initiatives. It cannot be used to pad the operating budget. Blue Line operates on a zero-cost turnkey basis, absorbing approximately $1.2 million upfront infrastructures at no expense to Greenwich. Their flat $20 administrative fee is fully decoupled from fine collection in compliance with state anti-contingency mandates. The town controller and the law department have certified full compliance with the Connecticut General Statutes 7-402. Third, this program pause was not a scandal. When a legal determination clarified that Connecticut law requires authorization by this legislative body, not merely the Board of Selectmen, this program was immediately and voluntarily paused for proper public notice and legislative review. This is not a cover-up. This is government working exactly as it should. Fourth, citations and enforcement. Fines are only issued for violations of 11 miles per hour or more over the speed limit. The baseline fine is $50 for the first offense, $75 for subsequent violations. Violations are not reported to the DMV and carry no points against the driver's record, nor are they reported to insurers. Normal tickets give fines in hundreds of dollars, accrue points, and increase insurance premiums. There is also an appeals process in place. Fifth, data privacy and surveillance. I've only got another page, so I'm sorry. You know I like brevity more than anybody. The system captures only rear images of vehicles exceeding the threshold using LiDAR. It does not use facial recognition, does not record vehicle occupants, and is not a license plate reader. Data sharing with federal agencies, including ICE and Homeland Security, is prohibited under Connecticut Trust Act. Non-violating data is discarded immediately. Violation records are purged within 30 days of resolution. Blue Line employees undergo the same FBI background checks as GPT officers. The system is fully CJIS compliant. 6, guardrails. Camera operation is strictly tied to each school's bell schedule, disabled on weekends, holidays, and summer vacations. The RTM maintains permanent oversight. GPT is mandated to conduct annual engineering, speed studies, allowing cameras to be relocated or deactivated as conditions change. That concludes the joint meeting notes. Briefly, the Education Committee reviewed all the information that I just mentioned, and we voted 11-1 to approve the item with the overall commitment to protect our children. We felt speeding is a law that too many feel entitled to ignore, and the consequences can fall on our most vulnerable residents. We need enforcement, and we need to make it work. D10 voted no with a concern about future surveillance for children. Better to solve problems without affecting privacy, she said. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Cow with our Finance Committee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and hang in there, RTM colleagues. The Finance Committee attended the joint meeting on this item with the Education, Legislative and Rules, Public Works, and Land Use Committees. We heard presentations by the Police Department, from Blue Line, which is the private contractor for the project, and we also participated in Q&A. Look, Steve, Chair of the Education Committee, did an excellent job in summarizing the presentations that were made at the joint meeting by the Police Department and by Blue Line, and he also made a strong case for the current safety plan and the speed cameras. So in the interest of saving time, I'm not going to repeat that positive case. Instead, let me focus on some of the opposing arguments, or those arguments that were in opposition to the speed cameras, to provide some balance to this issue. And I note that that's important because in our committee, we were very divided on this issue. In fact, our vote on the issue was 5 in favor, 4 opposed, and 3 abstentions. So had any of those abstentions voted one way there, the vote result could have swung. The concerns expressed by the committee members were numerous. On the privacy, on the data privacy side, some worried that the data collected might not be kept securely, and that the cameras might also easily be hacked. We had people on the committee who have backgrounds in technology and were able to assert this with some authority. In terms of process, many members felt that the rollout of the plan had been botched and that there was a lack of transparency, of oversight, public participation, and this has alienated town residents and prevented general buy-in. Some wondered how the locations for the cameras had been selected, and they felt that the objectives of the plan were not clear regarding its focus on child safety versus economics. They noted that many neighborhoods that had been requesting speed cameras for some time to protect children who walk to school actually did not get cameras, while others that had not requested cameras got them. Some questioned the traffic data used to justify the plan and the location of the cameras, as there was little disclosure provided. We had one member that supported the plan, not because they liked it in particular, but because they were hopeful that their neighborhood might qualify for cameras in the future. And this seems like a kind of a backwards way to be approving a plan that might be flawed. As I mentioned, overall, our committee was split down the middle with 3 abstentions that could have swung the vote in either direction. So I think that it's very important and timely for us to be debating this issue from both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. James Waters, Chair of our Budget Overview Committee.
Okay. The Budget Overview Committee voted 12-0-0 to approve the plan as listed on the call. We had 3 representatives from the police department. We had members from Blue Line's executive team, including representative from their investor in attendance. I think all of you know that BOC doesn't have the luxury of hearing how other committees vote on items. On this item, based on questions raised in advance about the speed camera program, Frankly, I expected BOC would reject the plan. Instead, the opposite happened. Here are some of BOC's key takeaways. Speeding has been repeatedly cited in resident surveys as a major problem in our town. During development of this plan, the police department conducted traffic studies that confirmed the problem, finding nearly 37,000 violations in school zones in a one-week period prior to any enforcement. One of the major obstacles, as we know as RTM members, to addressing this issue is the police department's limited headcount, growing list of responsibilities, and difficulty hiring enough police officers. As we know, police officers don't come cheap, require extensive training and benefits that are standard in law enforcement. Unless the town thinks outside the box with a program like speed cameras, we heard that it will be difficult to meet residents' expressed desire to do something about speeding. We heard about the locations, just like you heard earlier, selected by the police department, 18 cameras, 9 different places. Based on data showing these locations are the schools with the highest levels of speeding. To reiterate, we also heard that Blue Line had no role in selecting locations. The police department, Blue Line, and the Board of Selectmen confirmed the town's law department was involved in creating both the RFP and the contract with Blue Line, ensuring compliance with the state statute. While a representative of the law department was not present to confirm this in person, BOC made sure a representative would be present at the other committee meetings, where they confirmed that the contract is indeed in compliance with state statute. You heard about the cost that Blue Line invested, $1.3 million on the 18 cameras, covering engineering, permitting, site planning, equipment, and installation costs. The town incurred $0. On average, Blue Line told BOC it takes 2 to 3 years to break even on this investment. Only after that point would any profits be generated, likely on a much lower volume of citations. We heard that a 90% reduction in speeding doesn't exactly make it easier to break even. Blue Line confirmed how it is compensated on processing violations, which requires them to shoulder costs to review potential violations. Blue Line pointed to the warning period of the current devices, which required them to shoulder costs to review violations and generated $0 revenue to them or to the town. It does seem clear that Blue Line's business model is focused on reducing speeding rather than maximizing citations. We heard from Blue Line's investor, RAF Equity, a mission-driven family office investor focused on public safety rather than generating short-term financial returns. RAF typically holds investments for 15+ years, unlike private equity firms that look to monetize their investment within 3 to 5 years. We heard that thanks to public feedback, the police department has confirmed that better signage and warning lights have now been installed on all roads leading into the selected school zones. Blue Line said Greenwich's public program is more conservative than many other communities they see around the country using speed cameras, given that we only enforce them during school hours and no citations issued unless a driver going, as we heard, 11 miles or more over the school zone speed limit set by the state. In other places, the speeding threshold where you get a citation is lower and enforced 24/7. Blue Line and the police department both confirmed that strict protections are in place to protect privacy data. Data is only recorded when a vehicle is traveling 11 miles or more over the speed limit. Only the rear license plate's recorded. No facial recognition technology is used. Cameras can't be remotely moved or manipulated. All data is deleted after 30 days as required by state law. Chief Heavey explicitly confirmed the data cannot be shared for any unrelated purpose, including immigration enforcement. The proposed program in Greenwich has no ties whatsoever with any flock technology. In addition, BOC heard that there is no question the cameras have dramatically reduced speeding with the 92% reduction that the other committees heard once speeding violations were enforced. We also heard that if the cameras are removed, speeding will likely return almost immediately. Several BOC members expressed concern cameras are located in areas where children do not walk to school. The police department reiterated that locations were selected based on documented speeding activity, a risk to motorists to include children being driven to school. Chief Heavey said he'd consider amending the plan with additional cameras in other school zones with higher pedestrian traffic, but only based on traffic studies, demonstrated safety needs, and geographic considerations. Finally, the police department confirmed it worked closely and publicly with the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Ed as the plan was created over the last over 2 years. Additionally, P&Z has expressed repeated concern to GPD and the RTM about the rise in vehicle travel safety speeds across town, particularly when they saw the travel speeds at CMS in the traffic study for the rebuild. Okay, after nearly 90 minutes of debate, BOC voted unanimously to approve the plan. I do want to assure everybody, every single challenge to the program was explored in depth. And I did not expect that at the start, that outcome at the start of the meeting, although as usual, I did expect BOC would approve every possible angle. Thank you.
Thank you. Annabelle Gatto, Vice Chair of the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, moderator. And good evening, everyone. I'm Annabelle Gatto, currently Secretary of the Transportation Committee. Maybe one day Vice Chair, we'll see. So our meeting was solely focused on item number 33. We were joined by Police Chief Heavey and from Blue Line Solutions, CEO Mark Hutchinson, their COO Doug Deal, and their private equity partner from the RAF Family Office. Chief Heavey gave us an overview of the program, and then Mark Hutchinson provided his background, Blue Line's mission, and gave a broader presentation really on how the cameras work. Then our members had a chance to ask questions. So many of the key takeaways have been covered by my colleagues, but one other of note to transportation that I'll call out was beyond the 92% drop in violations, we learned about a halo effect, drivers slowing down throughout the school zones, not just at the cameras. Some key concerns raised on legal compliance. We discussed how the town attorney has reviewed the contract and affirmed its sufficiency. Some noted, however, that sufficiency comes down to interpretation. On privacy, we discussed how some are concerned that the cameras will be the next step towards living in a surveillance town. Blue Line explained that the system documents a specific violation and does not monitor or store drivers' continuous movements. Some members expressed frustration that the public should have been involved in any way, shape, or form from the beginning. It was noted since the program was paused, residents have had opportunities to make their voice forward, and many members were forward-thinking about what's going to happen next. By the end of our discussion, many members returned to one notion. We now have the data. We can't unknow this. We know speeding in our school zones is a problem, and we have evidence that the cameras reduce it. We then talked about, well, what happens if the program is removed or the cameras continue to be turned off and an incident follows in one of these zones? Some felt that that is an outcome that we as the RTM would have to own. Before voting, the members did not want to know how the other committees voted. After about 3 hours of conversation, the final vote was 9-0-2 to approve the plan, with D4 and the D11 alternate abstaining. D2 was absent. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Cheryl Moss, Chair of the Public Works Committee.
Good evening, or is it morning?
We're not morning yet.
Not
We have
morning yet.
12 minutes.
I just want to say it's light in Norway.
It is light in Norway. Listen, our goal is to not get to 3 10 a.m.
So
And
I'm
then
gonna- so I'll be quick.
Okay.
Thank you to Steve for doing such a great job covering the joint meeting, and everybody I think has done a great job of covering everything, beating it to to a pulp. I'll just take a few minutes to summarize the Public Works Committee discussion. The committee agreed that the video presentation that included footage of a child being struck by a vehicle near a school bus on Route 1 was compelling and had shifted opinion meaningfully in the room. Several members who came in skeptical of the program moved toward support after reviewing the 147-page plan that accompanied the presentation, a plan that outlines state-mandated data handling and data purging requirements in considerable detail. Some of the concerns, I'm just going to summarize them, like just stating them because you've already heard them. Camera placement, enforcement and signage, data privacy and security, municipal liability, infrastructure concerns, areas of agreement. I just will note one thing that hasn't been mentioned before. Members did acknowledge locations where safety concerns are documented and serious. Orchard Street was cited specifically with a history of drag racing and at least one incident in which a vehicle struck a house. There is broad agreement that speed enforcement is a legitimate role. The disagreement is about how and where the program is implemented. The committee voted 7-1-2 with District 10 casting the no vote. Districts 5 and 7 abstained. The abstentions are notable that those members support the concept of speed cameras, but believe the current plan needs refinement, specifically in terms of camera locations and the degree of enforcement. This is not a vote against road safety. It is a call for more thoughtfully designed program. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Harris, Chair of our Land Use Committee.
So I'll be really, really fast. Thank you, Stephen, and Scott for summarizing the joint meeting so well from both the proponent side and the opposition side. Land Use attended this meeting and then adjourned to the Cone Room for very brief discussion. And according to our vice chair who was presiding over the meeting, she said that the committee was strongly influenced by the positive presentations. And after debating both sides, the committee voted 10-0 to approve, with D1 and D3 voting no. Both felt uncomfortable outsourcing not merely a municipal function, but a law enforcement function to an outside company.
Thank you. Kip Bergweger, Chair of our Legislative and Rules Committee.
Previous speakers have covered virtually everything that Legislative and Rules also heard and debated. There's just one particular area, which is legal compliance. For example, when fines are collected, the money does not come to the town immediately. It goes to Blue Line Solutions and is put in an account in Tennessee. And it only comes to the town periodically. And some questioned whether that was inconsistent with state law. And other similar questions were raised about legality. And one of the things we made certain is we asked the town attorney to confirm that this was in legal order. And the town attorney said yes, so he had been involved from the very outset, and it is in legal order. And the fee structure is not contingent on citations. It's just on the amount of each instance of work. So we voted in legal order. It was 10-0, unanimous consent. On the merits, I'm sorry, it was 9-0. On legal merits was 8-1-0. No vote was District 7.
Thank you. Susan Fahey, Chair, I think it makes more sense for you to go first because he's going to rebut you.
Good evening. District 11 met on Wednesday, June 3rd at Greenwich Country Day School Conference Room. We had guests Ted Walworth and Lee Gherkin, Chairman and Secretary of NIGA, the Northeast Greenwich Association. In addition, we had D11 neighbor Pierre Cordon in attendance, and all who wanted to share their new concerns on the new speed cameras. D11 took up item 33 and heard full reports and votes from all the assigned committees. We were unclear why item 33 was not assigned to town services nor taken up for consideration in a vote. Despite the vote seemingly in favor of 33, committee reports shared a common concern about the process bypassing the legislative body. Many felt had our state statute been followed, with public hearings, input from stakeholders across all parts of town, and a broader public education by town entities, all before contracts were signed and locations determined, most believe we would not be in this difficult position we find ourselves in today. We discussed that districts who have the cameras do not understand their placement despite some of the data. It was stated that while the data can be a truly helpful driver of action, having citizen input and feedback about where speeding concerns exist and where children who walk to school are actually at risk should have been taken into higher consideration and explored. One member noted that the spirit of the law was to protect pedestrian safety near schools, yet 8 out of our 10 Greenwich cameras are located not near schools where students walk to school. Many also felt that the community as a whole was not educated about the cameras prior to the installation and enactment. I think we can safely say the 250 plus emails tell the story that many were unaware of the changes beforehand and have still not been educated or up to date with the town of Greenwich's new information. Other discussions was about the North Maple and Greenwich Academy cameras being placed exactly where the police stand in front of both the upper and lower school driveways during pickup and drop off. Yet on Patterson Road around the corner from GA, where the GA and Brunswick students walk back and forth all day long, there is no police officer and no cameras. Another member mentioned that there are cameras at North Street School where it is completely backed up during pickup and drop-off hours, as per Jill Flood, who shared during our District 11 budget meeting. Also noting is a non-working school. Yet someone else shared that this location did seem like having cameras held some merit because there is often a police officer there during non-school hours, getting people to slow down by their presence or just by ticketing them. And if we could just change the speed behavior on a large street like North Street, where people often speed, and thus relieve a police officer to do more important town safety work, then maybe cameras in this location had good merit and made sense. However, another member against the cameras shared that the North Street School location itself is what allowed it to be part of the state statute to put the camera there, and it was not, again, about pedestrian safety. Our next discussion turned to the large and obvious need to fix the poor and inconsistent signage. Some cameras have hours posted while others do not. Some have blinking lights when school hours are in effect while others do not, and some blinking signs are inconsistent with the hours that are posted. One suggested lights need to flash with an associated expected lower speed limit when they're on for school hours. There were also statements about posted signs that are difficult to read due to different fonts or too much information, 3 or 4 lines. Stanwich Road in Indian Rock has 3 fonts, and the one near GCDS has 3 or 4 lines. No one could read it even 20 miles an hour. Someone recommended that we do need to take time to produce clear, concise, and consistent signage in our town before the speed cameras are turned back on. We discussed the possibility of having the same hours at each camera, even if we had a broaden them to accommodate all schools. For example, 7:30 to 9:30 and 2:30 to 4:30 at all schools. Another member stated that the chief of police is talking about making changes to the safety plan when CMS reopens in August and moving the cameras, which means the chief would bring the safety plan before us in September or October. It was suggested that moving cameras and getting all the signs in the same format and having consistent blinking lights across all town before we turn the cameras back on was a better use and a better timeline that we should meet. We discussed the possibility of getting one member from each district to serve on a safety plan committee for the town of Greenwich. This would ensure a more collaborative approach to gather feedback for our police and to find all initiatives of problem solving around speeding. and that would also include those cameras. A member who had voted for the cameras in her committee then recommended we use the summer months while schools are closed to address these speeding issues, whether it be feedback, education, location, or signage. A motion was made to postpone item 33 until September in the hopes this would allow the chief, Public Works, and the first selectman to do as follows. Form a safety committee made up of one person for each district, institute uniform signage and blinking lights, listen to constituents in all districts, particularly those where students walk to school, and consider moving some of the cameras to walking school communities as part of the 2-year trial period. Consider having those broader hours, which were talked about earlier, and using the summer time for feedback and education. The motion to postpone the safety plan to September meeting vote was 12 in favor, 3 no, and 7 absent. The 2 no votes, one wanted to vote vote the item up or down the merits based on the plan now without postponement. The other voted no on the motion to postpone because she didn't think it would be realistic to produce a new plan in time to vote for September, and it just serves to delay without any remedy for the stated concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Cantor, Chair of District 12, who's an excellent piano player and may have to start playing the piano to keep us awake.
I almost tickled the ivories while I was waiting.
Would have all welcomed it. We are now in like the 7th circle of hell in Dante's.
Well, almost good morning to all of you, Madam Moderator, members of the RTM. I'll make this very brief. District 12 met on Thursday, June 4th. After discussion, a motion was made in District 12 to take a record vote on item 33 as written on the call to show our district's view on the program as a whole. The vote was 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 abstention. Our committee representatives who heard directly from Chief Heavey found his presentation compelling and one that dispelled any misinformed concerns about the project's efficacy, merits, and purpose. We felt it was important to show our approval as a district, given the significant concerns we consistently hear from our D12 constituents about public safety, particularly around our public schools, where so many of our families walk, bike, and travel on foot. Submission of this plan moves us meaningfully closer to our safety goals, which begin with reducing vehicular speeds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we are now going to open this up to debate the District 11 motion to postpone to September. So unlike the previous district, the District 11, unlike the previous District 8 motion, which was a motion to postpone indefinitely, which allows you to speak to the merits of the item, a motion to postpone to a definite time does not. So you are going to be exceptionally limited in what you can say. You cannot tread into the merits of the item. Given that, and I had a long debate with Ms. Fahey about this, it is a rather unusual motion to propose a motion to postpone to September because we have no authority to change what is before us. We can't amend it. We can't refer it. It is what it is. We now own it, and we have to decide if we are going to send it to the state or we're not going to send it to the state. But with that, if people want to debate why it should be postponed to September, you are welcome to do that. So, Ms. Fahey, do you have anything else that you intend to offer on that? Okay. No, I'd like you to go first. The chief will be going last.
This is not 5 minutes, or probably less than a minute. Good evening again. While the motion to postpone was not my idea, I believe it is a thoughtful and practical proposal by our district member. The 3-month summer hiatus, when most children are not in school, gives the first selectman, the chief police, and public works the time to review the extensive public feedback we have received and address the very legitimate concerns raised by residents. The review would address concerns about the camera, cleanup and concise signage, a blinking camera at each location, and ongoing oversight committee. I understand that some of the members here prefer to vote against the postponement so they can vote the item up or down tonight. However, a vote against the postponement does not necessarily end this issue or the 50 people signed up to speak about item 33 hereafter. As the moderator explained last month, if the item is defeated, the police chief, the first selectman, and public works can then revise it and bring it back again for consideration. Likewise, if this postponement passes, the RTM withdraw the current item in September, and the above officials can return in October with a new and improved proposal. Chief Heavey has already indicated that revisions will be needed once again at Central Middle School. Once Central Middle School is operational, because of the new driveway cut will affect the current camera location. For me, the question is simple. Should we take this summer opportunity to pause, review, and improve the proposal before making the final decision? Yes. I will be voting in favor of the postponement. If the motion fails, though, I will vote against the current speed camera proposal. We've had more than 250 residents who have written in on this issue, including nearly 100 from District 11 alone, and the overall has 90% expressing opposition to the current plan as it is. We are a democracy, and it's both our honor and responsibility to serve the residents who have elected us. Just as carefully as we considered the views of approximately 300 residents regarding the leaf blower ordinance, we should give equal consideration to the substantial feedback we've received here from over 250 residents. Tonight's vote on postponement is not a vote against the speed cameras. It is simply a vote to allow additional review, public engagement, and possible improvements to a proposal that has generated significant community concern. I respectfully ask that you support the motion to postpone. Thank you.
Okay, you know what, that's all lovely. I just need you to get it before us. I forgot to do that at 12:03. So just make the motion, District 8 motion to.
District 11 motion to
Whatever, yeah.
postpone till September. Thank
Okay,
you.
it doesn't require a second and it's now before us. You've given your speech. We are going to go down the list. There are 15 people. Feel free to pass if you are not inclined to say anymore. Chief Heavey will go last. I don't even know who these people are and where they are. Tess Barami? Just remember, you are not to wade in on the merits. It's just the motion to postpone. Oh, okay. You're not on the, okay. Okay, good. Ed Dudakis? Again, just on the merits of postponing. I'm just sorry, just on the motion to postpone, not on the merits. This is what happens at 12:05 for me.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, members of the RTM. This doesn't feel right. You know it, and I know it. This plan has been rushed without the openness and care our residents deserve. There are still too many unanswered questions. That is why we must postpone this. When we postpone it, we can open up a community debate so we can talk about whether the cameras are in the right place. When we postpone it, we can talk about the serious financing and legal questions that are still out there. When we postpone it, we can address the residents' enormous concerns about surveillance, sharing that surveillance, and data breaches. At the belated public hearing, the presenters refused to answer a single question. Yet the public came forward with serious concerns. Some expressed real fear. They expected their voices to be heard and their concerns taken under advisement. But the very next day, this was put on our agenda completely unchanged. Now, that's not meaningful public input. That is not transparency. And that is not how we should make decisions of this importance. Our inboxes give us ample evidence at how unhappy residents are. So regardless of what side you're on, surely we can agree that the public deserves a fair, honest, and transparent process before we take action. The District 11 motion to postpone provides that opportunity. So whether you support speed cameras or not, you should absolutely vote for the District 11 motion to postpone. Let the people be heard. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I just want to remind everybody, if I haven't said it, when you postpone this item, it is coming back in the exact same form that it currently exists on the call. Okay? Yes, Mr. Dudakis.
On the agenda, a revised item just like this, so that we would we would reject the first item and take up the second form of this plan.
I think that before you think that that is an option. I'm sorry, what? What? I didn't even hear that. I don't even know what he said. I think that we would have to hear first from Chief Heavey his answer to all of this at the end. I do not know if they would present two simultaneous items at the same time. Mr. Dudakis, you are out of order. Oh, this will be fun, won't it, at 12:08? Molly Salibi, to be followed by Kathy Steele.
You'll stop me if I'm speaking on the merits. I don't even know.
Only about the motion.
Okay, I understand. I am speaking on the motion to postpone, and there's a reason why. But if I'm out of order, you'll let me know. Molly Salibi, District 8. Talk of cameras, speed cameras, right to privacy in public, and reckless driving has been especially upsetting for me these last weeks since my brother was killed in late 2024 by a drunk and reckless driver just 1/2 mile south of Greenwich's border. I voted yes in Education Committee. I'm in support of this motion for one reason, which is not going to be what you think that I want the police to take another look at. And that is my central conflict is that the cameras are not actively enforced at all hours. Focusing on arrival dismissal windows, which vary by location, creates confusion and sends a mixed message about speeding. Also, speeding occurs at night and on weekends and at higher rates. Children use school grounds on weekends. Speeding doesn't pause in summer. Ever say, where are the cops when you really need them? I know I do. If cameras are a tool to promote safety and enhance enforcement but not replace officers, consider using them all the time, or maybe not at all. Perhaps less signs to interpret too. Some have said sign reading distracts. To any safety plan committee and to everyone, students are in cars and buses. Inexperienced teenagers are driving to school. It's wrong to think non-walking zones don't make sense. Because there hasn't been a crash or not that many is wrong thinking. One is too many. You will know this if it's your loved one. May you never have reason, as I have, to read reports detailing a horrific motor vehicle collision. Thank you.
Kathy Steele, to be followed by Susan Rattray.
Good evening. I support the motion to postpone the vote on this item. Let me explain 3 reasons why. First, concerns about process. The sequence of public hearings and implementation of the plan were improperly handled. I do believe that if public hearings had been held first and then followed by an action plan and community education strategy, there would be more consensus and less public outcry. Second, concerns about camera locations. The public was told that these cameras were designed for safety in school zones, yet cameras were not installed near schools with high numbers of walking students. While speeding data supports the decision, it also leads to concerns that the priority was profit over protection. Third, concerns about privacy. In today's hyper-connected world, we are all constantly subject to surveillance. However, there was a widespread misconception that these speed cameras are monitoring all drivers at all times, when in fact, they are only trained on select segments of the roadway and only recording speeders. So factoring all of these things together, I suggest that pausing our up or down vote on this issue would be helpful. Speed cameras have demonstrated their efficacy in reducing speeding by 92%. That makes it very hard to argue against them. RTM members have received many emails against these cameras, making them very tough to argue for. A yes or no vote tonight is a lose-lose scenario. The public hearing was just 1 month ago. Let's postpone the vote tonight and catch our breath. As evidenced by many of the committee reports tonight, Presentations by Chief Heavey are compelling and have addressed questions and concerns in ways that swayed opinions. Just look at the BOC vote. The RTM members often are privy to information and education the public at large may not have. Greenwich officials should wisely use this pause while the schools are out of session and the RTM is out of session to take nearly 3 months to seek community input, to address privacy concerns, to correct misconceptions,
Time.
and to factor all of that into an.
Time. Okay, Susan Rattray, is she here? Oh, there we go.
Evening, moderator and members of the RTM. Whoops. I'm suggesting that we do postpone the implementation or the recommendation for the speed cameras. What I had written out here has amply been expressed. I have some severe concerns about the blue line, which has been decided on by the police department, but it seems to be that they are their profit making is more than the safety concerns from what I've been able to come up. The first selectman had said that the money collected for would be used for safety education, but the money that is being collected at this point is going to the banks in
Ms. Rattray?
Tennessee where it is going to be held.
Ms. Matt, if you could speak to why it should be postponed and not the merits of the item.
I think it should be postponed because as a member of the public, I need further information and I need further education on how the particular installations were decided upon and why the ones where people are walking to school are not being considered. I also think the signage needs to be better, and this can all be improved if we postpone for a little while before taking a vote on this. The cameras were installed when there was no foliage. There's foliage now. A lot of the signs are invisible. So thank you very much for considering postponing.
Okay. Christina Volkwine to be followed by James Waters.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, RTM members and fellow residents. I used to be on the RTM, but I'm no longer a representative from D2, but I had to come to this meeting. This is a really important issue. I actually wrote all of you an email through the system, and one part of my email relates to something that hasn't yet been addressed tonight and is the reason I think this needs to be at least postponed until September, if not indefinitely. These camera traffic programs are being fought in courts all across the USA in several states. I listed them in my email, but I think it's about 9 states. And the people are fighting this and they are winning. And if the town wants to open itself up to lawsuits and potential liability, if it persists on this course of action, I think it might become a real problem. I think there are constitutional issues with this too. So better to wait. Let's see what plays out in the courts over the next small amount of time. And maybe the town officials will want to reconsider this. I think postponing is a great idea, or voting it down entirely would be even better. And I'm not in favor of speeding in school zones. And I don't think it's a big problem. Thank you very much.
James Waters to be followed by Alice Duff.
Okay, good evening, fellow members. I strongly urge you to reject this motion. Here's the bottom line. Postponing this to September does nothing. While I share District 11's concerns about the rollout process for the speed cameras, that process is not what is listed on the call. What's listed on the call is a traffic safety plan that requires an up or down vote before it could be submitted to the state. I know District 11 would like to form a safety plan committee to meet over the summer to propose adjustments, but that will not happen if this motion passes. What will happen is that the same plan will come back to us in September unchanged, and we're going to talk about this again. As I said to District 12, we know the rollout left a lot to be desired, but we are now, in fact, following the process by virtue of this being in front of the RTM right now. What's before us is a safety plan, not a process SOMR. I find it hard to believe that anyone thinks they could learn a bit more about the police department's plan by postponing it another 3 months and then rehashing the same thing then. People know about this plan, and while there continues to be significant misinformation shared, there is no question we are now following the process. Please reject this motion, and let's give this item the up or down vote it deserves. Thank you.
Alice Duff. Alice Duff to be. Okay, so you do not want to speak on this. Okay. Kara Philbin. To be followed by John Redmond, and then our final speaker will be Chief Heavey, who will have 5 minutes. So Kara Philbin, John Redmond, Chief Heavey. Dan, they'll get 2 minutes and the chief will get 5.
Hi, Kara Philbin. I am asking that we vote to postpone this so that we can in September offer up a new contract. The reason that we need to do this is because the current contract, this is sold as a speed camera, but per the contract, a full plate reader package was purchased. Switching it from reading speeds to logging every plate is a software setting, not new hardware, and nothing here requires a vote to do it. And there is no ceiling. 4 separate times in the RFP, when asked how many cameras, the town answered no minimum. So this program can grow with no cap and no further vote of this body. The first protection is plain: no plate reader mode and no new cameras without a separate vote of the body. Second, Connecticut's data privacy laws do not protect us here. It exempts the town and the police, and it stops at the state line, where this data goes to Tennessee and on to a national network, NIOTS, which is 45,000 local, state, and federal organizations and international agencies in Arizona. So in writing, our residents' data should be barred from leaving Connecticut or being shared federally. And the fee should be flat, not paid by the volume of events the vendor submits. Calibration should be guaranteed by a lab with no ownership, financial, or business ties to Blue Line or RAFs. And then there's the questions that the town attorney can address before the body commits. Did a contract of this size and duration require a vote of this body in the first place rather than ratification after the fact? Does a fee paid for every event submitted, including the ones our own police reject, comply with the state law that says a vendor's fee may not depend on the number of citations? And who actually owns the company?
Mr. Redmond? It's time. Yep. Please, we have to keep moving. Okay, I let you speak even though you weren't speaking about postponement. We have to keep moving. We have 50 speakers after this.
I'm going to be real brief here. I want to speak in support of postponing the amendment tonight. And I know there's some skepticism about, whether the police chief and the town would get together if we do postpone this, but But I am hopeful, and I think there's a lot of citizens in this town that are hopeful that they actually would listen to us after this vote. I'm a numbers guy, so let me give you some numbers. 1,555, that's how many people signed the petition against speed cameras. 240, that's how many emails went out to the RTM. 209 of them were against or asking for some kind of change. The majority of every single district actually sent letters against the speed cameras. So it's not like it's just district oriented. So look, there's a lot of us regular town people here that just want the town to do things right. We just really hope that, you know, the police chief and the town and everyone here will kind of work together and come out with the right solution. So that's why I vote to postpone.
Okay, Chief Heavey, you're going to wrap this up for the District 11 motion to postpone to September. Then we'll take a vote and then we open it up for the merits.
Good morning, Greenwich. Madam Moderator, RTM members and fellow residents. I'm hoping that this motion gets defeated so that I get to talk on the merits of the plan. But I want to just say a couple things. One is, if there are any amendments to the plan, we have to come back and do a public hearing and come back to the RTM. It's already been alluded to, like Central Middle School may well be the first test of that at a later time. We don't do traffic studies about school speed and pedestrian movement during the summertime because, except for the 2 schools that have summer school, there's no students there, no traffic. I really think that we need to have an up or down vote because there is no new plan to bring back to you that we can work on over the summer. When the plan was suspended, when we had to pause the program, we had an operator of a car with 3 students in it doing 80 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone on Stanwich Road right near a school. So it didn't take long for the realization that the cameras were off, that the speeding was back on. So I'd like for you to vote no on this amendment, and then we can discuss the actual merits of the case. Thank you.
Okay. We are now going to take a vote on the District 11 motion to postpone item 33 to September. Craig, can you, okay, if you're in favor of the District 11 motion to postpone to September 2026, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. Everyone understand what they're doing? Okay, go for it. Okay, well, the good news is we do have more than 77 people present and voting, which is the quorum, and I was always a little worried. So those in favor, 39, opposed 132, abstaining 1. So that motion has failed. Craig, can you please show the vote? There you go. Okay, that now brings us to debate on speed cameras in general. We have quite a few people signed up. Everybody will have 2 minutes with the exception. I don't know who is the principal opponent of this. No one individual has stepped forward, so maybe we'll figure that out. But we will start with everybody on the list. We're going to go down the list. The first person is going to be Rachel Khanna, who I believe is online. Is Rachel Khanna there? Okay. Ms. Khanna, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, members of the RTM. I'm Rachel Khanna. I'm one of the town's select women. And before that, I served as state representative for the 149th District. In my years in office and campaigning for office, one of the main concerns I've heard about and that keeps coming up on a regular basis is pedestrian and traffic safety. In all parts of town, people are concerned about speeding, being able to ride their bikes, or being able to walk to the local park. While I served as state rep in 2023, I voted in favor of a bill to allow municipalities to install speed cameras in school zones as part of the Vision Zero initiative, which is a strategy to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries while increasing safe, healthy, equitable mobility for all. According to the traffic safety plan, which you are voting on tonight or this morning, the purpose of the speed cameras is to promote public safety and general welfare of the residents of and visitors to the town of Greenwich. Many have taken that to mean children who are walking to schools, but this is about general safety in order to reduce and prevent traffic fatalities, not just pedestrian injuries, which is why the cameras were installed in areas identified as having a large number of vehicles speeding, potentially putting other drivers and roadway users at risk. And at the public hearing, Blue Line showed us how effective these cameras have been in reducing speeding in school zones by 92%. I would also like to note that the funds collected from the fines will be earmarked for education, engineering, and enforcement of traffic safety in town, which is of benefit to all of us because making sure that our roads are safe for all drivers, pedestrians, cyclists, young and old is critical. So I urge you to vote in favor of this item, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Karen Fasliotis to be followed by Stephen Meskers. Is Ms. Fasliotis here? She was here earlier. Is she online? Oh, there you are. Stephen Meskers, so it's Fasliotis, Meskers, and then Barry Cohen.
I rise tonight in opposition to the proposed traffic camera program, but more importantly, I rise in support of the residents of Greenwich whose voices deserve to be heard. Over the past several weeks, more than 1,500 individuals have signed a petition opposing the installation of traffic cameras in our town. Whether you personally agree with every argument in that petition is beside the point. The fact remains that more than 1,500 people felt strongly enough to put their names on a public document and ask their elected representatives to reconsider and reject this proposal. That is not a small group. That is not a handful of activists. Those are your commuters, neighbors, taxpayers, parents, and voters from all 12 districts. Many of these residents are concerned about privacy. Others are concerned about government surveillance, due process, the involvement of a for-profit vendor, or the possibility that enforcement could become more than just about revenue than safety. At a minimum, they deserve to know that their concerns have been seriously considered. Yet throughout this process, many residents have come away with the impression that the decision has already been made. They have seen presentations from proponents of the program and the company that has implemented it. They have heard promises and assurances. What they have not seen is a robust examination of the opposing viewpoint. Good government requires more than hearing one side. It requires questioning assumptions, challenging claims, and listening to those who disagree. The issue before you tonight is not whether safety matters. Of course it does. The issue is whether Greenwich should embrace a system of automatic enforcement that many residents do not want and do not trust. When more than 1,500 people take the time to sign a petition, you as elected officials have an obligation to pause, listen, and ask whether the community has truly been heard. I urge you to reject this proposal and instead engage residents in a broader conversation about traffic safety solutions that unite our community.
Time. Time. Okay, Stephen Meskers to be followed by Barry Cohen.
For the public record, presenting the petition with the signatures.
Ms. Vasiliotis, may I ask a question? It was raised earlier. Is every single person who signed that petition a Greenwich resident?
There are people that are commuters that come through the.
So the question is, could you answer that in the microphone? My question to you is every person who has signed that petition a Greenwich resident?
No, but they are people that.
So the answer is no. Thank you.
That apparently come through.
I just wanted to know if the 1,500 people that is constantly being referenced are Greenwich residents. Stephen Meskers to be followed by Barry Cohen.
Good morning, everyone. Madam Moderator, look, a short commentary here. The cameras work. They document that people are speeding in school zones, not occasionally, but consistently. And enforcement reduces speeding by approximately 90%. That's not a projection, that's the result. The alternative is expensive and impractical. Matching that level of enforcement with officers would require 6 or 7 dedicated to school zones full-time, roughly $1 million in annual salary and benefits. The cameras cost a fraction of that. Speeding tickets issued by a police officer will invariably end up in points on your license and higher premiums from your insurance company. The revenue from those tickets goes directly to the state and not to the town and not to improve traffic safety. In accordance with the Public Act, any revenue received by the town for violations must be used for traffic safety improvement initiatives. The police department or public works department would submit requests to the BET for the release of these funds. The program doesn't enrich Greenwich, it protects our kids and invests in traffic safety. There's another matter, the liability dimension here. If we vote to delay or reject the plan that would demonstrably reduce speeding in school zones, we are signing on the record or signaling on the record that we are unwilling to enforce our own speed limits. I would not want to explain that posture to a jury for any claims that come against the town. Nobody in this room, I hope, is arguing for the right to speed through a school zone. Our police chief is committed to reviewing all the camera placements. He has earned and deserves our support. I urge you to vote for the.
Time. Okay, Barry Cohen to be followed by Annie Wyndham. Is Mr. Cohen here? All right. I don't know if Mr. Cohen is here, so if he circles back, we'll get him. Annie Wyndham? Okay. Karen Rubin. Hi, good morning. Go ahead up. Yep, you get 2 minutes.
Yes, I know. Thank you very much, everybody, for working so late and being here. I know you are all very eager to hear me speak. I am here to urge the people who have the vote to vote against this proposal. I teach at NYU, and part of what I teach, I'm not a deep expert, I'm a light expert, is data analysis. I keep hearing the same data bits over and over again, and they are not good. All of the data, the 37,000 speeders, the 92% correction in speeding, all of that data comes from the seller who stands to profit from installing the speed cameras. There has been no independent verification of this at all. The study was conducted over some random 5-day period. The study data does not correlate with data in the state of Connecticut crash repository that's kept at UConn, and it doesn't correlate with the state of Connecticut Department of Transportation PEL study. There has to be some correlation with the state data. What's more, there's other issues with the data too, but the biggest missing link is that there has been absolutely no comparison to any other type of traffic calming strategies. Speed bumps, road redesign, stop signs, bigger lights, bigger signage. How about speed limit signs? I enter the post road from Old Church Road, and there isn't one speed limit sign between Old Church and Indian Field Road. None of this has been investigated. And it really bothers me that all of these committees, with all of these incredibly hardworking and dedicated public servants, have sat
Time.
in.
Thank you. All right, we don't need that, okay? I can handle telling them time. We don't need that. All right. Warren Silver to be followed by Ed Dudakis. Is Warren Silver anywhere to be found? Okay. Ed Dudakis?
Thank you, Mrs. Voulgaris, members of the RTM. Now that the motion to postpone has failed, the RTM has one serious question before it. Are we prepared to approve this plan tonight despite the clear and substantial concerns raised by the public? If we vote yes, the RTM's role effectively ends. Oh, maybe there'll be a change here or there that will come back to us, but not much. We will have no meaningful opportunity to shape where these cameras go, how the program expands, how the rules change, or how residents' privacy and data are protected. That is too much authority to grant when so many questions remain unanswered. I'm sure there are appropriate places for speed cameras, but a program like this requires public trust. And public trust is not built through a rushed process, limited answers, and a plan that moves forward unchanged despite overwhelming public concern. A no vote tonight does not mean safety is unimportant. Of course it is. It means we need a better plan, one developed openly with real community engagement, clear legal and financial answers, thoughtful placement of cameras, and meaningful privacy protections. Many of you know that I count Fred Camillo and Jim Heavey among my good friends. But friendship cannot override my responsibility as an RTM member. In good conscience, I cannot support this flawed plan. I am voting no. I urge you to join me. Thank you.
Mr. Dudakis, I do trust that you not referring to me as the moderator and simply by my name was a minor oversight. And the next time you come to the podium, you will use the proper terminology. I'm sure it is. Pierre Gordon to be followed by James Waters.
Good morning, all. So my name is Pierre Godin, and I'm a resident of District 11. And I've also worked in the cybersecurity business for over 20 years, advising executives in government and the corporate sector. Regarding the speed cameras, I believe there are significant data privacy risks that we face, despite the assurances we've received that the cameras are only going to be recording license plates and only doing it when a speeding car passes. The reality is that traffic cameras, like many other internet-connected devices, are vulnerable to cyber hacking, and which can make the best intentions of a service provider almost irrelevant. An example, and we've heard it recently, that Israeli intelligence was able to track the movements of the Iranian regime by hacking the traffic cameras across Tehran for over 2 years, allowing them to predict the movements, of the regime, of those leaders. But more relevant for us, we also know that cyber criminals possess many of the same skills and tools and can discover vulnerabilities in traffic cameras that they can then leverage to basically collect data at will. And cyber criminals targeting families is not new either. In the past, we've learned that criminals were hacking Facebook posts by children when they were on vacation, giving an indication that maybe the home was vacant. While we've seen statements by the town testing to the controls that Blue Line has put in place, I ask, have we sufficiently investigated the potential cyber risk to residents before moving forward with this installation? Many large companies with robust and layered cybersecurity controls have been victims of cyber criminals. You may have heard the term ransomware. Well, these financially motivated types of attacks are rampant in the last few years, and the introduction.
Time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I heard you.
James Waters, to be followed by Tatiana Viola. Viola? All yours.
I live in Old Greenwich. Every day, my family travels through 4 of the speed camera locations 3 or 4 times a day. Perhaps you can say I drive like a grandpa since I'm citationless. I opted out by not speeding. Let's be clear about this decision. On one hand, we have a plan created by our police department that follows state law, places cameras in school zones with documented excessive speeding activity. The plan has achieved a dramatic reduction in speeding and directly addressed repeated resident pleas to do something. It's hard to argue with the demonstrated results to date. I suspect this is why the plan was overwhelmingly endorsed by 8 RTM committees and districts. On the other hand, we have residents unaware of the 3-year public process to get to this point and apparently don't want to be held accountable for speeding. We have repeated disinformation and shifting narratives via email, most debunked by our committees. We have a concerted campaign to make a couple hundred residents appear like 60,000. This feels a lot like the CTCL grant considered 3 years ago. Much ado about nothing. We talk a lot about data, whether the data supports the plan, whether the plan will work. In this case, we have both. If we approve it, speeding will reduce by 90% in school zones, perhaps indefinitely. If we reject it, speeding will continue. Yet this time, the RTM will own speeding in this town. The RTM will have rejected something that works. God forbid there's then an accident in one of these school zones. Residents will rightfully look at the RTM and said, you had the facts and you didn't do your job. Let's do our job. Let's back our police department and solve a safety challenge for residents. Please vote yes on this item and let's be done with it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kalb, did you want, Mr. Kalb has a motion.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to make a motion to limit the remaining time for debate to 30 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so is there a second? Okay. The motion to limit debate is not itself debatable and does require 2/3 to pass. So let me just, we will take that up and then we'll figure out what we want to do. So it would be if we would have a half hour from when we vote. It's currently 12:45. So about 1:20. It would not include, though, I do want to preserve the 5 minutes for the chief of police. And then, so it would, if we could make it to 35 minutes, because I want to have him have his 5 minutes and then, so right now, I think we still have a motion, so I don't want to get distracted, but I think there are about 25 more people signed up. Okay? Give or take, I don't know if they're here or there or wherever. So you roughly have you probably are looking at, at least another 50 minutes. So you compress it a little bit. So there's a motion on the floor that has been moved and seconded. It is not debatable. It does require 2/3 to pass, to limit the remainder of item 33 to 30 minutes. We will I will call for that motion. If you are in favor of that, you would vote 30 for the speakers, and I'm going to tack on the chief for 5 because that's just the way it goes. All right. So, well, no. It's going to be 30 minutes for the general speakership and 5 minutes for the chief. So just put 30 and I'll keep a roster up there. Okay. He goes last anyway. So this is going to be the motion to limit item 33. Yeah. All right. So fine. So it's item 33, motion to limit debate to 30 minutes. For those of you who have 2 minutes left, the chief will get 5. Okay. So if you're in favor of that motion, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. It does require a 2/3 to pass. Yeah. Oh, you closed it? Oh, well, he didn't vote. He closed. Oh, my thing was dead. His clicker died. He closed the vote. So, can we get some? Yeah.
Can I ask you? Jackie, I don't know if mine recorded, doesn't look like it.
Have the motion, the CAB motion results to limit debate for 30 minutes. Those in favor, 107, opposed 46, abstaining 2. That item has carried. So it is 12:50, which means at 1:20, we are going 1:25, because we'll also add the chief. We will then move to close debate and take a final vote on the item this evening. Okay, so let's just keep humming along and see who else. Oh, you can show the vote. Okay, Tatiana Viola, is she here? I'm just going to go through them. I'm assuming some people are no longer here. Susan Rudolph? No? Okay. David Levine?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, members of the RTM. My name is David Levine. I am a member of District 1, and I'm a father of 2 school-age children here in Greenwich, and I do care a lot about childhood safety. My main issue with the proposal tonight is not only that these cameras are accessible from US IP addresses and they're hackable, as potentially hackable, as we've heard, also that our data is sent all around the country and that 40 people remotely review the data, and therefore, even if they do have background checks, they could be hacked. My main issue is the process by which this proposal was created. As you all know, the cameras are a financial investment And they're underwritten by business people seeking to make money and maximize revenues. And the RTM and the community did not have input in the process by which they chose the locations for these cameras. Look, Greenwich knows business. We know private equity. We know hedge funds. We know family offices. And we also know a process that isn't right. When I read the 150-page report supporting the plan, the reason why the sites were chosen is actually pretty obvious in the data. And the data in the report comes from Blue Line Solutions. Advocates do say this is about school safety, but there are no cameras at North Mianus, Julian Curtis, Old Greenwich, Cos Cob, Hamilton Avenue, Riverside. 0 of the most high pedestrian trafficked elementary schools have cameras. Yet this is about school safety. So what sites were chosen? King Street, no sidewalks. North Street, no crosswalks. Eagle Hill School, no pedestrians, no sidewalks. Parkway, no crosswalks, no sidewalks. What is the pattern? When you look in the report, if you look at the data, North Maple by GA, no crosswalks, 60% speeders. King Street, no crosswalks, 60% speeders. Lower Cross Road, no sidewalks, 70% speeders. The analysis that the investor types did showed that they would make money just by their
Thank you. All right, Gail Lauritsen. Is Gail Lauritsen here? Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, fellow members and Madam Moderator. Tonight, you've heard many arguments against the adoption of school zone safety program. You'll hear more. Camera location, privacy, signage, data vulnerabilities, legal issues, lack of a speeding problem, cash grab, etc. You've heard many of the arguments multiple times. None of those arguments are the result of misinformation, and the suggestion that they are is insulting. The public hearing demonstrated overwhelming opposition to the speed cameras. A public petition against the cameras received well over 1,500 signatures, as we know. As of this afternoon, the RTM received around 240 comments on the subject. Of those 240, 31 in favor of adopting the program. That's 13%. 209 against, that's 87%. That's not anecdotal. The will of the people is clear. We are the representative town meeting. Emphasis on representative. Our mandate is to value the input from the community more than we value the influence of a sophisticated sales operation that has been inflicted upon us. I will be voting no on this resolution in solidarity with the bulk of the Greenwich population. When you read the full item 33 resolution, you saw, and I quote, "The revised safety plan details the procurement, installation, and operation of speed enforcement cameras along with required signage and supporting infrastructure to be deployed primarily in school zones and other high-risk corridors where speeding poses a significant safety concern. This explicitly means that our approval of this plan will allow these cameras to multiply indefinitely without any further input from the community." I will be voting no, and I would ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Ryan Brumberg to be followed by Ingrid Hong. Is Mr. Brumberg here? No? Okay, maybe he'll show up. I don't know where he is. Ingrid Hang, and then Tess Vermani.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ingrid Hang, and I serve on the RTM for District 11. I would like to remind everyone of the purpose of the RTM. The RTM exists to decentralize power from a few individuals to elected representatives from our 12 districts to represent the will of the people and check the power of our Board of Selectmen. We can all agree on that. I am voting no on item 33 because a yes vote is a vote to undermine the purpose of this body. This vote isn't about speed cameras. It's about whether you agree with the process by which they were installed. I'm not voting no over camera locations, data security, contracting violations, or the visual blight of the signs. I'm voting no because the selectmen and the chief of police decided they know better than this body and our constituents, and they don't need our input. They relied on a sleight of hand argument that because no money was spent up front, there was no budget impact and therefore no need for our approval. If the No Kings protesters need a location for their next rally, someone should direct them to town hall. Invoking public safety as a blanket rationale is disingenuous. Nobody wants to endanger children, but it's far from clear this program makes them, it does not make them any safer, and residents deserve to be heard. Once suspended, the first selectman made clear would return after a few procedural boxes were checked. He views this as a done deal. The RTM has received a great many comments, 90%. Against the cameras, 90%. Typically, 90% of people don't even agree the sky is blue. Tonight is our last chance to uphold the charter and reclaim our role. Even if you support the cameras, a yes vote undermines the RTM. And if that role no longer matters, we may as well dissolve this body and hand the crowns to the first selectman and the chief of police. Thank you. Please vote no.
Tess Vermani to be followed by Frederick Lee.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. This is my first RTM meeting, and it's been very eye-opening, and I am definitely struck by the commitment that my fellow Greenwich citizens give to this town. And actually, as listening to all of this, I've changed kind of all of my remarks. I really want to focus on the thread that has come up and came up in the last remarks. I'm a mother of 2 school-age boys. I care absolutely about child safety, and I'm willing to make all sorts of accommodations and give up personal liberties to ensure child safety. But that's not what this is. And saying no tonight doesn't mean that this can't be looked at again. But the truth is that the process didn't work. And as citizens of Greenwich became aware of it, they've all said no. I'm a citizen. I rely on you all as RTM representatives to reflect those views. We've said no. And I feel like that should actually be the end of the story. And to continue and go forward with this is to lose the trust of the people. And that's going to affect every decision going forward. So it's not about school cameras tonight. It started that way, but right now it's about something more. It's about governance and about reflecting the will of the people.
Frederick Lee to be followed by Sam Rosenfeld.
It is morning. Okay. Yes. All right. I'm actually going to ask everyone to vote no. And the reason I'm saying that is going back a month ago in our May meeting, I came before you to vote to bring back the right of the RTM to be able to control the finances of what was going on. I still feel that way now. And based on that, I think we should be rejecting the actual program as it stands now, and then hopefully we'll get something revised from the chief of police. That's it. Thank you.
Sam Rosenfeld to be followed by Danielle Eason.
Hi, everyone. I'll keep this brief. I think what's at risk here is a break in trust between the GPD and the public. The public is making itself abundantly clear that we need to start this process over at square one. I think a lot of people would support the idea of having cameras in particular locations if given the opportunity to even give input on whether we should have them and where they should be. And I think it's worth starting over from that square one so that we can actually make our roads safer. If we go forward with this, there will always be questions about the motives behind the cameras. I think all the motives were actually well-intentioned, but it's hard to repair that once we've gone down this road. So I'm urging you to vote no so that we can start it over again immediately and actually have the public involved. But I wanted to make one point that I think hasn't been made yet. Surprising, I know. we should take it very seriously that we hear over and over again that we have a hard time recruiting police to come work here, that our budget process for hiring those police and funding those programs, we should be giving them the resources they need. And I know they're asking for these cameras. If we begin this process over again, we very well may end up with cameras in most of the same locations. But I would also like to see us in the next budget cycle increase the budget for traffic enforcement, because we all agree there is a real problem and it's not just at these school zones. So anyway, thank you for your time. Hopefully we'll all get home safely tonight.
Danielle Eason to be followed by Ted Walworth.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Danielle Eason, and I'm on the RTM for District 7. The statute requires us to participate in the approval process of the plan, so we have agency in this matter, even if it isn't atypical. Because the town installed the cameras without following proper legal procedure, we are now backed into the locations where the cameras are currently placed. After the public meeting, there was an opportunity to proactively make changes based on the feedback received, and that was not done, nor does it seem even considered. Since this program does not have a line item in future budgets because of its cost structure, and because we do not allocate the revenue, tonight may be the only time that the RTM can try to have input on the matter. By voting no, I am saying let's improve on the plan and then be able to receive greater consensus on having this program in the town. I'm not voting no because I don't want cameras, because I'm misinformed, because I don't want to help find a solution to speeding on our roads, or because I am an activist and part of some agenda. Finally, what happens to the funds that were collected while the program was improperly running? And what will happen with the numerous contested infractions that are currently in limbo? If we need to refund people, where will that money come from? The town only has our portion of our revenue. Blue Line kept what was owed to them. The question was asked during the combined committee meeting, but not answered. I hope it won't take a lawsuit to find out. Thank you.
Ted Walworth to be followed by John Redmond.
Ted Walworth, President of the Northeast Greenwich Association. We represent District 11, half of District 7, 25% of Greenwich's population and residential tax base, and 15% of its population. Our 18 directors voted no to the proposed town safety plan unanimously. Let's bring the RTM back to the table. There has been a problem with process following municipal and state ordinances. There have been major problems with camera placements that do not protect kids, but only generate revenue for Blue Line. There have been transparency questions regarding Blue Line and the GPD. Why did Blue Line design the safety plan? Have they or any related companies given donations to the GPD Scholarship Trust? The town refuses to answer. Equally questionable is the information and data given to the public. Statistically, the numbers just don't add up. There are legitimate concerns about government overreach and privacy. Blue Line, who initially denied it, is owned by a private equity firm whose profits depend on the number of tickets being issued. Tonight will be the last night the RTM will have to establish input on the safety plan, because the Board of Selectmen and the Greenwich Police Department will not be required to come back to the RTM. Future changes during the life of the contract will only need to be rubber stamped by the state. If the RTM votes yes, traffic enforcement can put limitless cameras any place they want without oversight. NGA is totally supportive of public safety. Across all school zones, virtually no serious injuries have occurred.
Sir, you no longer have the floor. That's very rude. John Redmond to be followed by Susan Rattray. We have time limits for a reason. It's 1:06. John Redmond to be followed by Susan Ratry. I don't know if she's still here. Is Mr. Redmond here? Susan Ratry, is she still here? Okay. Susan Fahey.
I don't have a lot more to say. I think Mr. Levine spoke about the locations and some of the signage. We are very much in support of the traffic cameras, but just not the locations, not the current signage, not the blinking lights, and obviously not the locations. I know that kind of sounds ass backwards. I'm getting asked up to ask you to vote no on the safety plan in the hopes that the chief will hear some of the concerns we have and bring it back changed. This does not affect all the people in the same way, and certainly not all the districts. You can see by the emails that we received more in our district than any other. I personally have not gotten any tickets, and I have no problem being personally held accountable or holding others accountable to speeding. I think if you speed, you should get a ticket. I think the problem is still that we have these signs that are illegible with different fonts and some with blinking lights, and we're asking for these things to be rectified. Thank you.
William Wolf to be followed by Andrew Walsh. Wolf or Walsh? No and no. Aaron Boxer? Christina Volkwine?
Thank you. I want to hurry up so other people can speak. Elon Musk stated, "I care about the reality of goodness, not the perception of it. And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil." This traffic camera program is our town government doing stuff to us, not for us. Another quote from social media, to paraphrase, "The objection to the speed camera program should be seen as a predictable reaction from a local population that believes it has been ignored and overruled by a managerial class of politicians who are enforcing policies that do not have public consent." Our first selectman says that the objections that were raised in the May 14th meeting were, a minority of people, but now we've learned that the huge majority of people who wrote into the RTM were opposed to this. If you are representing your districts, please represent them and vote accordingly. I'd like to briefly say that in choosing the pilot sites, as we've heard, the town placed cameras near non-walking schools, probably because at the heavy pedestrian schools, people drive too slowly to ticket them. The pilot program needed to actually capture speeders to justify a bigger rollout, and the bigger rollout is the biggest fear. To all of you who think this is okay because it's quote unquote for the children and quote unquote in limited places, I would remind you that during COVID, quote, 2 weeks to slow the spread led to 2+ years of forced masking in public and coerced, if not forced, vaccinations, all of which have led to great social and economic damage we are still recovering from, and in some cases, irreparable damage to health and well-being. We don't need government overreach, especially not in Greenwich. This is a dignified town full of accomplished people who are responsible, and there are other ways. We don't want to lead to a surveillance state.
Maya Tishio to be followed by Alice Stuff.
Oh, hi. My name is Maya Ticchio. I'm a District 7 representative. We are all tired, and it is difficult to make important decisions that could change the character of our town at this hour. So I appreciate your patience. I'm not against having a plan that might include cameras. I'm against this particular plan with these particular locations. Yesterday, I sent out a link to an Excel file that amalgamates data from the CT crash repository. This database has a plethora of information on each crash in Greenwich since 2015. While some of the pages of the OSTA report that we're being asked to vote on were too blurry to see, I tried to replicate the list of crashes shown. And what I found was that the list used to justify locations included crashes all along a given road. For example, all the way up to Banksville for North Street School and all the way to Armonk for Glenville School. When I limited the crashes to consider only those in the school zone for the last 11 years, I found that none were listed to be the result of excessive speeding. For example, the North Street School, there have been 12 accidents in 11 years in this school zone with 1 minor injury and none listed as due to speeding. It is critical to justify the locations based on this historical crash data because the intention of the statute is to focus on disproportionately risky roads. The state statute requires showing how cameras have decreased the number of crashes due to speed. The current cameras empirically don't achieve that goal because these locations don't have a history of crashes due to speed. Vetting this plan in less than 2 months and against public sentiment seems like the wrong decision to me. 91% of the emails from my district urged us to vote no to this plan, so I will vote no in order to be able to participate in a different plan that potentially places cameras in locations supported by crash data and in communities that have asked for them to protect their pedestrians. Thank you for your time.
Alice Duff to be followed by Adele Catino.
Madam Moderator, members of the RTM, and anyone else who is still here this morning. Honestly, I agree with everything Maya has worked so hard to analyze the information available. I have analyzed and read all the emails that we have gotten from the public, and 90% of the people in my district and probably District 11, possibly 10, but honestly where the cameras are, have said, please rethink this. That's all I'm asking you. I'm not asking to say no, no, never. Please rethink it, which means vote no now. Thank you.
Adele Catino to be followed by Bryn Dyson. Is Ms. Catino here? Is Mr. Dyson here? Okay. To be followed by Kara Philbin.
Good morning. My name is Brendan Dyson. I live in District 10. My grandfather was born in District 10. When I was young, my grandfather taught me how towns like Greenwich are governed. He said they were governed by the town fathers. The town fathers. Everyone knows, but one of the most important obligations of a father is protecting his family and keeping it safe. This means imposing discipline when he believes certain behavior threatens their safety. While some may believe the speed camera program fulfills this request, I disagree for 3 reasons. First, no father would outsource the ongoing discipline of his family on a question of safety to people from out of state. Second, no father would ask his family to trust that the discipline is about safety while creating the appearance that money and profit influence the decision. On a question of safety, a father earns trust by acting out of love and not for the money. Third, no father would impose this level of discipline without first having an open and honest conversation with his family. Greenwich chose the opposite approach and bypassed long-established procedures. This was not stewardship. This was a betrayal of trust. Ladies and gentlemen of the RTM, you have the honor of serving as our town fathers. I would only ask that you remember what the R in RTM stands for, representative. Tonight.
Time. Okay, Kara Philbin To be followed by our final speaker, which will be Brad Radley-Avaki. He's here.
Vote no, the future we leave our children. We are told this is about protecting children, so let us be honest about the children. The ones we protect tonight will live inside whatever we build tonight. The question is what we hand the next generation. And tonight we would hand them two permanent things. The first is a precedent. It lives in the smallest word in the contract, civil. Call a speeding ticket a civil violation and the Constitution's protections fall away. You are presumed liable for a car you may not even have been driving, judged by a machine and a company in Tennessee and then in Greenwich. No one repeals due process. The conduct is simply relabeled beyond its reach. And in the same season, this body just voted to make it nearly 18 times harder for a resident to be heard on this very floor. The lesson we leave our children: a right can be switched off with a word and the door to be heard narrowed. The second is the infrastructure. A speed camera is a license plate reader, and this is the full package. Flipping it to log every plate is a software setting, not new hardware. And no vote is required. It does not stay one camera or one layer. It is the node that Hartford, Work, Live, Ride, and the transit-oriented development would plug into. And per Blue Line's RFP, data feeds a national network in Arizona queried by federal agencies. In Bend, Oregon, 279 immigration queries in 3 weeks. And it gets sold. General Motors was caught selling its driver's data to insurers and premiums rose. A plate logged at the school gate is that same data. And we can keep our kids safe without any of it. Crossing guards, flashing beacons, and retractable speed bumps that drop flat for fire trucks and ambulances, slow cars without slowing an emergency. What this contract adds beyond safety is permanence, a narrower set of rights, and a surveillance grid our children never voted for and cannot easily undo.
Time. Thank you. Brad Radley-Avaki, who will be followed by Chief Heavey, and then we wrap it up.
Good early morning, members of the RTM. I am here as a Greenwich resident who supports traffic safety, but opposes the flawed attempt to install traffic cameras in Greenwich. I'm speaking tonight about representation for myself and for the thousands of Greenwich residents who also oppose this initiative. As you can see, opposition to traffic cameras is real, right here. I served on the RTM for 2 terms in District 11, and I am well aware that actually representing resident views can many times take a back seat, basically become secondary to voting according to party lines, personal preferences, and even emotional reactions to certain matters. Tonight, I hope that the RTM will look at the large volume of well-articulated opposition to traffic cameras and represent those voices in the voting. Greenwich residents lead very busy, productive lives, which makes it difficult to respond to various town government initiatives. The fact that so many residents have rallied to oppose traffic cameras is sending a clear message to the RTM. Greenwich residents have sincere, well-founded, and unaddressed concerns about traffic cameras. Many unaddressed concerns. Please represent these voices and vote no for traffic cameras in Greenwich. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker for the evening will be Chief Heavey. Dan, can you put 5 minutes on the clock, please?
I don't think I'll need 5 minutes, Madam Moderator, RTM members, fellow residents. I think it would be just kind of time would be just used up if I repeat so many of these things. So I'm gonna mention some things, and this was a difficult start to this program, but once it got started, we got to look at the proven results, the 92% reduction in speeding. I've heard a lot of people talk about the speed cameras, but I'm talking about speeding in school zones, The financial approvals, the controller has endorsed the current plan. The town attorney has reviewed the contracts adequately. The vendor was an RFP selection, and the vendor did not select where the cameras were installed. That was based by the police department when we looked at the data. Data security is a concern for all of us all the time. 70% increase in financial crimes in the town of Greenwich, and the police department is investigating that. But there are things you can do to prevent that. And again, those safeguards are in place. This isn't just us trying to find something that will do our job for us. We recognize the police department is 10% below strength because we are having a hard time recruiting and retaining officers in the town of Greenwich, and that's unfortunate. But we did over 9,100 motor vehicle stops last year, and the result of that, not related to the speed cameras, was an 18% reduction in injury accidents, because that's what we're trying to do. Again, there's been some comments about summertime. Again, we can't do studies about school safety and traffic during the summertime. One of the real positive, I saw somebody up here earlier with the North Mianus school shirt. We were just able to add the flashing lights for school zone with a indicator to the speed that the person was going, and we got real positive comments about that just in the last couple hours since it's been put in there. Also, if we amend the program, like we have promised that we are going to do traffic studies on a regular basis to determine where the best location, where they make the most impact for having speed cameras, we will have to come back. We have to have a public hearing, and we have to come back to the RTM. There's been many things people have said this, they just say something, but it's not true. You need to have a review. Any amendments to the plan has to have a public hearing and then come to the RTM. We've already mentioned that Central might need it, and then other schools will be considered. This is not just pedestrian safety; it's also traffic safety. Some of the schools that have been mentioned where people think there shouldn't be a camera, there are young drivers driving vehicles to and from school, and school buses that have been involved in accidents. And again, we've listened to the feedback of the public and changed the signs and changed a number of things like the process to appeal a ticket, appeal a summons, things like that we've actually looked at to change our plan. And by the way, I am the president of the Greenwich Police Scholarship Fund, and Blue Line has not donated any money to us, and neither did any of the other people who had an RFP, and we wouldn't accept that, and we'd have to report that as an ethics violation. So it's kind of insulting to have some of those comments made. Yeah. I've come to the RTM 4 times as the chief. I've been chief for almost 15 years, and I've been a police officer in the town of Greenwich for 40, my entire adult life. And usually the committees are spot on. And your committees voted in a positive manner to support this plan so that we can continue our work, which isn't perfect. We continue to improve it. But there are people who are just desperate to say that they don't want cameras. Again, I mentioned the 9,100 motor vehicle stops. That's still a lot and we had over 100 DWIs. So traffic safety is still a concern of ours, and it isn't. You can't just tell people, oh yeah, speeding is a problem, don't do it. You have to change. You have to have some accountability. Speeding is speeding, and it's creating unnecessary risk for our schools and our school children. Every year I visit every school, and I have personally witnessed plenty of near misses that don't make any of the statistics that people have been. Either the people for and against the speed camera show up, but there are lots of times where there was. Oh, geez. All right. Let me finish up because I held up.
No, come on. You got 5 minutes. It's 1:26 in the morning.
All right. Just 2 sentences. Being a leader sometimes requires that you make even an unpopular decision in the interest of the greater good. And you will do that by voting yes and making Greenwich safer by adopting this plan. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're done. 1:27 a.m. Almost done. All right, Craig, can you prepare the voting window, which is item 33, which is, remember, we're just approving the submission, right? Approve the submission of the town's plan for automatic traffic enforcement safety devices, what we are calling speed cameras, to the Department of Transportation. If you are in favor of submitting this plan, you would vote yes. If you are opposed, you would vote no. Everybody understand what they're voting on? Okay, do me a favor, do not come up and drop off your clicker, okay? I hope we have a quorum, but the last thing we need is somebody switching their vote and then they'll complain. Okay, so just wait the 1 minute. Okay, open it up. All right, we're going to close the vote. Okay. So I have the vote on speed cameras. And that vote is 100 in favor, 60 opposed with 3 abstaining. That item has carried. Could you please show the vote? All right. So it is 1:30 in the morning. There being no further business, this meeting stands adjourned. I wish you all a lovely summer. And let's hope that we don't have a special meeting before September. But have a great summer, and we will be in a new building in September.